I just finished mixing the song Somnia by the band Oros, and in this video I'm going to show you the entire process from start to finish. So literally from 0 plugins inserted and all faders at 0 all the way to the final mix. So that means you'll see every single decision and my entire thought process during this entire mix all the way. All the secrets are here in this video. Now, if you want to mix along with me, all the Multitracks plus all the Black Salt audio plugins that I'm using in the video are available for Artist Pass members. So if you want access to those immediately, go sign up now at blacksaltaudio.com. And without further ado, let's dive into the mix. I don't usually start by building a rough balance or something. I just start with kick in solo and I start EQing that thing and try to get like most of the individual drum tracks to like a starting point, I guess, so that they're somewhat EQ'd, somewhat compressed, and then kind of build my balance as we go along. So that's what we're gonna do now. So we're gonna pull up Telo's drums, and let's get started here. Kick mode is engaged. Let's see what we can do here. Alright, so I really like that extra high end that we're getting here. This kick recording by itself doesn't have a ton of low end, so I definitely want to crank up a lot. Probably even more than that afterwards, but for now that's a good starting point. Don't have to do a lot of tightening up, because it's already kind of on the scooped side here. Let me know if the volume is okay now, by the way. Volume is a lot better, yes? Alright, cool. Yeah, -3 LUFS, yeah. Yeah, ever since Black Salt Audio got the Clipper plugin, I've been mastering my own stuff and I push it all the way to -3. Yeah, -3.5-ish, for sure. Yeah, I love the loud stuff lately. But yeah, this is kick EQ. I don't have to do a lot of tightening up of the low mids. I feel like the low mids are already fine. Check out what Smooth is doing. Little bit of smoothing there, just getting rid of that mid-range kind of honky. Jordan likes to call it the basketball sound, or what was it, the beach ball sound? I forget, I think it's the beach ball sound. Bit of compression. Actually, that drive gives you a nice kind of low mid character to the kick here. I'm thinking maybe do less of this and even more of this, because if you guys are familiar with me and my mixing, you know that I like 90 hertz on kick. Yeah, it's like the frequency that makes your kick still sound massive, and it's definitely still working your subwoofer and making it sound big in the low end, but it's also kind of low mid, where it's audible on like cell phone speakers and stuff like that. So, and this drive actually seems to be giving me a lot of 90 hertz kind of almost boominess, but not boominess. Let's start with that. I'll just readjust the output a little bit so that we're not super hot immediately. Let's see what the sub kick sounds like. Okay, so we have to do a lot of cleaning up here for sure. There's a lot of honkiness in the sub kick here. Seems to be the right frequency immediately, which is very good. Yeah, that too, right? It's just like a lot of kind of what is it, 500 hertz kind of sound. I don't know. I'm not a fan, so let's get rid of it. Let's see what they sound like combined. Not sure if I actually will use the sub kick, because I normally never really use a sub kick mic. And instead I just crank up a ton of sub low end on the kick itself, you know. So for now, let's just mute it. Actually, let's just blend a little bit of it in for now and see what that sounds like once we have more instruments in the mix. I'm immediately bringing in a sample, because this genre is obviously it's appropriate to kind of lean somewhat heavily on the samples and just kind of get them right from the start to a point where it feels like, oh yeah, this is massive. This is that modern, absolutely huge sound. But before we do that, I definitely want to put a gate on these live kicks first, because otherwise it's still gonna sound a little bit weird. So, oopsie, I just put on Telos drums, but I need silencer here. On kick modes. There we go. Probably put them on the sub kick as well. Yeah, that's totally fine. Okay, let's go with some samples. So I have not loaded up a sample yet, but I already have some ideas of what kind of samples will work with this kick. Because yeah, over the years, you kind of build your own, go-to kind of sample collection, I guess. And so already kind of know what I want to go for here. Got a couple ones. This one or that one. I'm thinking this one will work with the live kick here, or maybe my go-to non-metal kick sample here, which is this Billy Decker. What is it? What is the genre he's working on again? Country, I guess. Yeah, that one. Nice mid-range. So I'll just try this one first. See what this sounds like with the live kick. Already massive, right? It's kind of complementing what the live kick doesn't have. And it's even adding a bit of mid-range, which in this case I do not even dislike. I'm not going to fully scoop out every single bit of mid-range out of this kick, at least not for now, but this is like a good starting point, I'd say. I definitely want to lower the volumes just a bit, because I feel like otherwise, once we bring in more things into the mix here, it's going to be too hot. Yeah, a little less sample. And then on the kick bus here, I've just got another instance of Telos here, because I want more low end, believe it or not. More like that, because I know that we're going to have a whole ton of heavy guitars, low-tuned guitars, low-tuned bass. Probably going to add some bass synths later on in the mix as well. We're going to have a ton of synthesizers, vocals, all these things. So we definitely need a massive foundation, right, in the low end here. And so, yeah, I'm not afraid to crank up low end on top of low end on top of low end. Yeah, I don't know. I just want a big foundational kick drum here. For now, let's roll with this as our starting point kick here. And now I'll just move over to snare. I'll try to do this like somewhat fast so that we have a little bit of like a starting point balance going on pretty quickly. And then after that, we can kind of fine tune and fine tweak afterwards. So let's check this out. This is going to be challenging because we have a ton of ghost notes here. Or actually, it's not challenging at all with with silencer. Yeah, it's actually perfect still. So maybe a little lower. Wait, actually, before we go further, let's check if there's questions about kick and everything. Basketball sound. That's yeah. Jordan was saying basketball sound. All right, let's check it out. Boink boink. Frantic dribbling right now. All right, cool. Yeah, we'll just leave the replay up on YouTube, Alessandro. No stress. Yeah, Anders saying, do you aim for a certain volume on the buses, different for different buses? No, not at all, man. I really do not care about numbers or like how loud something is right now. I'm just looking for like, I don't want things to clip. That's pretty much, that's it. I don't want my master bus to clip. But yeah, I've told Jordan before as well, there's definitely mixes where pretty much all the faders here are like orange lights and they're going plus 10 dB and then they end up on the mix bus here and the clipper plugin will just be at 0, but the signal coming in will be at plus 6. Yeah, and then I have a bunch of limiting going on after that, and that's how you get your mixes up to minus 3.5 LUFS. But no, for now, man, I'm not too worried about any numbers or any volume settings or whatever. I know that everything is going to change completely throughout the mix, right? And even on different sections in the song, the volume balance is going to change. So I'm really not looking at numbers at all right now. For now, I'm just looking at a snare gate, which we dialed in, and now we're going to dial in some snare top sounds here. So we're going to snare top mode, obviously. We need a healthy amount of high end here. And we need to tighten up the low end, low mids. And obviously we need to crank up some low end as well. Let me go to this section here. Just readjusting the gate a bit. Maybe I do have to go a bit more like that so that we have to kind of automate the ghost mode on here on all these little ghost notes. But maybe I'll rely on the sample for the ghost notes as well, just because, you know, automating a ghost mode here on the snare top is just insanely boring for you guys to look at. But yeah, that's totally what I would do in a real world scenario, I guess. Anyway, let's check out Telos again. Smoothing out some mid-range as well here, because the snare is fairly kind of on the low tune side, so we don't even have to add a ton of low end, but we do have to kind of get rid of a little bit of that, I don't know, like honky mid-range. But to kind of complement this top end boost, I'm also gonna give the snare like a presence boost. So I'm thinking around, I don't know what the frequency is when it's all the way here, but it's probably around 3K or something. Gives you a nice crack here, so yeah, I'll just have a healthy amount of that as well. My computer is already given out. I love that when the streaming software is heavy on a CPU. Bit of compression. I don't want to do too much here, because I'm gonna have multiple stages of compression, I guess, on the snare. Little bit of drive. Okay, so that's already a bit better. Okay, kind of dig that. Let's just start with that, and we can just adjust later on if needed. I'll copy over the silencer plugin to the snare bottom. Actually have some nice low end on this on the snare bottom as well, which is kind of rare. Drums, here we go. Yeah, we needed to flip the phase there because it was out of phase. Pretty much gonna do the same thing, just crank a ton of top end on the snare bottom here. And some presence. And some drive here as well, because the drive will actually give it a little bit more, I guess, length or sustain, which is what I'm usually looking for in the snare bottom, just a bit more sustain than the snare top. The snare top is really just more about attack and brightness, and then the snare bottom is more about like length, I guess, sustain. And it's adding a bunch of like crack to it. Maybe it's too much actually. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I'm still on snare. I'm kick mode actually, which is not the snare bottom mode. Here we go. I was gonna say the compression on the snare bottom mode should be fast attack, so that it kind of kills the transient a little bit. But I was still in kick mode, so I was thinking when I cranked up the compressor, like, why is the attack so slow? But you were right. I was still on kick mode. So thanks for that. Maybe a little less compression then. Okay, that's cool. That's a good starting point for the live snare at least. Let's go find a somewhat easier drum section, which is probably going to be a challenge in this song. Yep. Okay. I don't want to have a ton of the snare bottom in the mix here, because I feel like it's kind of, I don't know, too mid-rangey, but I don't think scooping it out is going to help a ton here. It helps a bit, but it's, yeah. Definitely going to rely most of it on the top and then a bit on the sample as well. So let's bring in the sample. Again, just starting point, trying to make this as big as possible right from the start. I'm not going to wait until I have the live kit fully mixed and only then bring in the samples. I like to do that like immediately, like right from the get-go. And since this is a fairly low-tuned snare, I'm probably going to find something that complements that is not exactly the same. But that's just kind of, well, giving me what the live snare is not giving me just yet. So I want more of everything, a bit more attack, I want more sustain, and so it's probably going to be a combination of samples for that. I have an idea. I think I'm going to use this one as like a starting point and kind of match the tuning. So yeah, I've got this this MIDI over here, which is triggering the trigger plugin on this track here. And so I'll just play this and see what the phase is like. And the tuning. So this one is higher. It's a little bit closer already. Perfectly out of phase. Alright, and now it's pretty much the same tuning and it's in phase, so that's good. And then of course I'm just gonna treat the sample as well with Talos here. Let's go. It's gonna go snare top mode. Again, just pretty much more of everything. More top end, more bottom end. More snap in the upper mid-range there. Alright, just blend it in with the live sample, see what that sounds like. Oh, I still need to route this one to the snare bus actually. So here we go. Alright, let's just make that a 50-50 kind of balance right now. That's good for now to start with, and I'm just going to immediately add another sample, which is going to be a room sample. So I'll just quickly set that up. Trigger probably the room sample of the exact same snare. So it's just room sound only on this sample. I really like to use this a lot over reverbs actually. I don't use a ton of like reverb on snares most of the time, but instead I'm really relying on this kind of room sample stuff to give me the length and the ambience and the sustain and whatnot. So it's on aux 1 and it's on channel 1 and it's on D1 I think. Yes it is, okay, and then route that to the snare bus as well. Alright, let's see what that sounds like now. Already more roomy. Let's see if the phase is alright here. Yeah, okay, let's EQ this a little bit. It has that kind of honky mid-range here. just scooping that out a bit. So we already have like a live snare, we got the snare sample in, and we've got the room sound here. And I'm gonna compress that room sound. Actually, I might just go with telos again, but then I'm gonna put telos on the room setting here. This is pretty much doing the exact same as the EQ cut that I was doing before. Compression here to kind of, again, just enhance the length of the snare sound, give it more sustain, and really kind of make sure that the snare room sample here is just ringing out as long as it possibly can. That's pretty much the goal here. And then if that's too much, we can always dial it back. But for now, I'm trying to go with the most, kind of push everything to 11, that kind of idea here. In solo, it will sound like, oh my gosh, that's way too much room sound. But as soon as we start bringing in guitars and bass and whatnot, then the room sound is usually the first thing to completely disappear. So I just want to start with loud room samples here and loud room mics later on as well. And again, we can readjust that if we have a full balance going on. For now, that's okay though. Then we have the snare buzz, and that's where I'm going to have another instance of telos going on, where I'm just going to push the snare even further here. So it's on snare top mode. But now I'm kind of treating all 3 or 4 snare tracks at the same time, right? The snare top, the snare bottom, the snare sample, and the snare room sample here. A little bit of more high end. It does get very, what's the word, kind of harsh when we push that too far, so we have to be careful there. Alright, so we're getting somewhere with snare, and now let's put in kick. Let's see what it sounds like. I don't feel like we need this extra compression here. Yeah, we can use some clipping there though to kind of shave off that aggressive harsh transient there. And then I definitely want to smooth out the kick a bit more, because now that we have kick and snare playing together, now I feel like, the kick is actually a bit too mid-rangey. That should be a good starting point. Alright, maybe I want to add another sample to the snare here and see what that sounds like, just to kind of, you know, try out a couple of options. But first, let me catch up on the chat really quick. Let us see. The handling of phase a bit more in detail. Steve is asking, can I explain phase? Yeah, totally. So on the Telos plugin, you basically have the phase button here, and what that's doing is, if we zoom in on the waveform, this one is like the waveform, right? It's going down first on the snare bottom track here, and then it's going up, and then going down again. And if you look at the snare top here, it's kind of going, well, up first, I guess, and then way up, and then way down. But as you can see, this one is going down, and this one is going up. And what it's basically doing, if the line is going up, that means that your speakers are moving outward, and if the line is going down, that means that your speakers are moving inwards. But if then this one is on the opposite, it kind of canceled the signal out again, right? Because this one is telling the speaker like, hey, move outward, and this one is moving the speaker like, hey, telling the speaker like, hey, move inward. And so when you flip the phase here, it's literally just, well, I'll literally just show you here, because I think I can do that invert, yeah. See, yeah, and now it flipped, so now this one is actually going up first. That was before, that was after, right? So I just flipped the polarity of the snare there. I hope that makes sense. Let me know if it does. Let's see, let's check out more comments here. Let's get Telos out of the way here. Aaron uses telos, love it, awesome. Alessandro saying, fortunately, no snappy snare room with its awful ring. Man, I love that snare ring, dude. I don't know why you don't like it. Awesome. All right, looks like you guys are catched up. All right, let's move on. Let's see what where we're at now. Something changed here. What changed? This one probably. Yeah, this one doesn't need that much. And let's go for some more samples. That was what I was doing. Yes. That's the other snare sample that I wanted to try. But as you can see, yeah, it doesn't need as much boosting here. And we have to check if they're in phase with each other. So yeah, they were out of phase as well. So I just flipped it. Looks like it's doing better now. And then let's bring in the room again. I want to tune down the room sample just a touch as well. -9 over here, so -9 on the room sample as well. Okay, now it's kind of all lining up, and that is a good starting point for a snare. And now on the snare bus, I want to have a little bit more compression now. Bit more top end as well. Okay, this is our starting points for kick and snare. After that, I really like to bring in overheads and cymbals. And then we'll have pretty much a picture of like the entire drum kit, right? So it's kick, snare, cymbals, which are the main part of the drum kit. Okay, these overheads are already somewhat EQ'd on the way in, it sounds like, which is great. So we have to do less overhead modes here. Still want to take out a healthy amount of low end. More like that, kind of where it starts to thin out the snares, what I'm listening for. Okay, a little bit of high end, we don't need a lot here. I really like to give the cymbals a healthy mid-range boost as well, because one of the most common mistakes that I see in people's mixes is that the cymbals in the mix are just a bunch of floating top ends somewhere all the way up there, right? And there's absolutely no definition or like power, or yeah, I guess just definition is the best word in the cymbals anymore. So I really like that kind of 2K areas where I like to do a big boost, a wide bell, so that it really brings up all that body in the cymbal. Like that, pretty much. And then a little bit of compression. Yeah, these chinas are definitely a bit louder than the crashes and whatnot, so... I like what it's doing. It's mostly just taming these chinas here, which in comparison makes these crashes stand out a bit more, which I really like. So, a little bit of drive, maybe not even that much. And a touch of tightening up the snare even a bit more here. Yeah, mostly of the tightening up, I guess, of the low end is coming from this low cut. All right, so now we got kick, snare, and overheads. Let's see what the balance should be. Not the best section here. Let's try a different section. Here we go. There's actually one kind of harsh frequency where telos is just not kind of accurate enough, I guess. There we go, that one was bugging me. Alright, we definitely have to do like automation here because these fast snares, there's way too much room sound and whatnot. So we'll get into all of that stuff, but for now, let's just go here. Alright, that's it for overheads for now. Let's go hi-hat. I'll literally just copy telos over, see what happens. Pretty good, pretty good. When I'm balancing out the hi-hat mic or any other like spot mic, whether that's a Ride or a China or whatever, I'm basically just listening to the overheads and the whatever mic I'm balancing out, and then making sure that no matter what cymbal is being played, the overall volume of the cymbals should kind of be the exact same. That's basically what I'm looking for. And then afterwards, I can easily automate this fader here, where all the cymbals are gonna, meet, I guess. They're all coming together here on this fader. And that really gives me a lot of control. Like, hey, I want the cymbals in the chorus to come up or whatever. So I'll just grab this fader, boom, done. And so yeah, when I'm balancing out these individual tracks, I'm just listening for like, I don't want any cymbals to be louder than others for now. So for now, that right crash is kind of a little bit lower on volume, but it's just lower in the lower in the overheads, I guess. So yeah, just lower the hi-hat a bit because it's quite loud. China will probably have to make that brighter, but that's why I really like this Mag EQ sometimes, to just crank up some 10K, just some overall kind of air, I guess. Pretty subtle, I would say, but it's oh, actually these are routed to the wrong one, so that's why I'm not hearing anything. Here we go. So these should go to the cymbal bus, and now it won't be as subtle. Here we go. Yeah, just some air on top, but it's still very subtle actually. We'll see how far or how much of that we'll end up using, but for now I think that's okay to start with. Let's again just play that with the rest of our drums here. See what our full drum kit now is kind of starting to sound like. Alright, let's start with that for now, besides a little bit of extra compression here on the cymbal bus. Because to me that China is still kind of jumping out a bit too much, and then this crash over here is obviously way lower. So yeah, either way, we cannot get the kind of consistency in the cymbals without doing a massive ton of volume automation anyway. So we just know that now. So later on, we really have to dive into automation and make sure that no matter what cymbal is played, the energy is kind of consistent, or it's more or less energetic depending on the part of the song. All right, so now I'll just balance these out. We got a full kit going on, and now we're just bringing the rooms and the toms. Toms are always last because everybody here hates mixing toms. Is that right, guys? We all hate mixing toms, right? At least Jordan and me do. That's what I do know. All right, let's see. Let's catch up on the comments. All right, a couple more people joining. Awesome. Good to see you guys. Big welcome. All right, Steve. Yeah, glad to see that the face thing is clear now. Very cool. Snappy snare room is awesome. Yeah, dude, Frode, you know what's up, man. Love it. Alright, looks like you don't have a ton of questions here. Yeah, actually, yeah, Blackstone Audio. I think that's Sean there, behind the Blackstone Audio account. Those were Brian Hood's samples. Yes, the live... No, what is it? The... what is that library called? The Drum Trunk. Yes, the Black Widow snare and the Snappy snare. Those were Brian Hood's samples. I don't know if Brian Hood is still active nowadays, but I'm still very happy that at one point he did provide us with those samples. Awesome. All right, so we got a drum kit going, at least somewhat. And now I like to bring in the room so that we really get like more, I guess, ambience, size, more space, more sustain again. I'm still looking for way more sustain on all these drum shells and the cymbals as well, so... These are good sounding. I like that they're kind of... sounds like a big room, so that's great. Let's use that to our advantage. I usually do cut a lot of low end, because when I keep this low end in and I play my kick drum with it, it's going to be super muddy. See, I really don't like that kind of boom, 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 boom kind of sound there. So yeah, I like to cut a lot of low end out of the rooms, usually at least around 160, 150, 160, that's usually where I do a massive cut. So more like that. Then again, a mid-range boost. I do want to get a bit more snare out of this, which is right there. Ton of snare when we crank that up, so that's really good. And a high cut. I love this about the Telos plugin here. The high cut is what something that I've been doing on room samples, on room tracks, or anything that I want to push back into the mix. I just cut a ton of top end. And you probably see me explain this before if you've seen live streams with me before or any like mixing stuff. But the idea is that like high frequencies just don't have the energy to travel long distances, right? So they're the first ones to die. And so when you kind of want to simulate in a mix that a sound is very close to you, then of course you boost a ton of top end, right? So that way your brain kind of feels like, oh, there's a lot of high frequencies yet. Ergo, this sound source must be very close to me. And so I do that on things that I want to be very upfront in the mix, right? Like the snare, the kick, the vocals, those sorts of things. And then the room tracks, I really want to cut a ton of the high frequency so that my brain thinks like, oh my gosh, this sound source is very far away from me. And so if you boost top end on snare top and bring the snare top really in your face, simultaneously cut a ton of high frequencies on the room mics, you push those way further back, you get a ton of depth in your mix. So high cut, by far my favorite thing about the room mode here in Telos. It just sounds as if we're just literally just moving the drum kit back into the mix, right? It's like close to us now. And now it's in like the next building, right? And there's a wall in between, and really want to cut out a ton of that. And of course compress it hard. Definitely want to go slam mode. And a ton of drive. Yeah, it's way less boomy. We get a lot more mid-range, a bit more snare, and a lot more kind of sustain, and we're pushing it back into the room. Maybe I want to do that even more, by the way. Yeah, and a bit of smooth as well. I like what it's doing here. Okay, let's put that in context of our full drum mix now. Let's actually see if we can do that. Yes. I'll mute the mono room for now. Let's just bring in the stereo rooms first. I definitely want to clean up that mid-range a bit more. See what we need to do for that. Smooth it is. Alrighty. So we probably have to sacrifice a little bit of that mid boost here in order to just get more clarity. See, now it's kind of washy and kind of like, I don't know, very honky sounding. And the more smooth we bring into the mix here, the more it just kind of feels like the drums sound the exact same, but they just have more length to them, which is exactly what I kind of want from room mics anyway. So I really like that. Let's see what about that mono room now. That's even boomier, so we have to do even more cutting there in the low end. Oh, it's room mode here. That's better. Little high cut. I like the balance now between the mono rooms and stereo rooms. Leaning quite heavily on the mono room here. Which, if I remember, Jordan, I don't know if you're still here, if you're still watching. I remember you actually telling me that you were also relying quite heavily on the mono room in the official mix for this song. Let me know if I remember that correctly, or if I'm totally making that up right now. And don't even ask me why I remember that stuff. I have no idea. Alright, one last little cleanup here. We'll just go with a quick EQ. And now we get the benefits of the room mics pretty much fully. Actually, no, I want to do a touch of reverb first, just to add even more to that kind of sense of ambience and 3D, I guess. Can't remember, yeah, but that's fairly common. Yeah, usually gated off the snare, so we get mostly snare in that mono room track. Yeah, I've got that one set up over here, so I'm gonna do that in a second as well. Yeah, we're thinking too much alike, as always. So, touch of reverb. I clean up a bit of 300 apparently here on the room track as well. And there's even more. Yeah, probably just want to make that a deeper cut. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, and then like Jordan is saying, that like you gate like upward expansion, I guess, is the trick here. So I have this send on the snare track, on the snare bus, I should say, which is going into this. So every time the snare hits, this gate will open up and just kind of boost the volume of the snare, I guess. So let's see that in action. So you can see the meters jump up and down with every snare hit now. Probably want to send more of that into it. Yeah, here we go. So now every time the snare hits, the room mics come up in volume automatically with this trick here. So yeah, we started with just kick and snare like this. Bone dry, of course. And then even with the room sample, which you can totally get away with more actually. It is still kind of dry, but now with the room mics in, now we finally have that kind of big, kind of mid-rangey snare, which I really like. Right, so that should be an okay starting point. Again, we'll probably just readjust everything later on anyways. So I'm totally cool to start rocking with this for now. Let's see, the mono room's tasty. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Kick and snare samples will be available. Yeah, so after the live streams, I will print down one of the kicks here and one of the fully mixed snares, which may change depending on whatever the guitars and the bass and whatever kind of new context that gives us, and whether or not we have to change the drums a lot once we have guitars and bass in and everything. But anyway, then the final mix. The kick and snare samples are yours. I'm just going to print down 1 or 2 like one shots, and then you can use those in your mixes. Let's first get to that place and just get these drums actually mixed. It's funny too, because like we were boosting a ton of low end on kick, right? Like at the beginning, and now when we have the full drum kit in, my first initial thought is like, wow, I just want more low end on kick. Try again. Even on snare, just want to push that to the max, you know. And a bunch of high-end. Computer is not handling the streaming software so well. Anyways, let's move over to toms, my least favorite part of drums. They need some silencing. So please be silenced. Toms, here we go. More debleeding. Less length. A good question. Hardcore Music Studio. How many of your drum mixes sound this good after 1 hour? I don't know, 1 out of 10. It's a lucky shot today, man. I don't know. This is not my usual thing, you know. No, kidding. No, it's usually just this, man. It's Telos, dude. What do you think? What do you think? No, let's mix some toms here. Here we go. Let's put it on. This is floor toms, so let's go floor tom mode. Now you can sell me Telos drums. Hey, toms. We all do, man. I do think they're the easiest to mix, but they're just the most boring to mix. So I really just want more top end here, more stick attack. More. Probably more than that still. That's an okay starting point. I'm not too happy with the recording here, maybe. This one is a bit better. Yeah, maybe it was just a bad part of the song there. That's a bit better. There's a lot of bleed still, even with silencer on. This one is definitely low, so this is something I'll regularly do, just manually. Oh, that's not even a tom, so that can just go. But if it were a tom, I just like to gain up these things individually and make sure that every single tom is already kind of the same loud as before they hit the plugins. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna ditch the toms here, because like if even Telos can make them sound good, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna like them. But I'll give them a fair shot, okay? Well, just for the sake of honesty, I guess. Another snare here, so we'll just get rid of that. That's better. Maybe they're not so bad. I'm just not fully convinced yet. Okay, let's try that for now. I'll just copy over the gate and the plugin. And it obviously gives us a perfect rack tom immediately. That is the thing though, it's like, yeah, tom mode, boom, done. You copy over the settings and it 9 out of 10 times just works on all the toms of the entire drum kit. Nice. Crank that drive. Great suggestion actually. But I'm still not sure that it's gonna give me the tom sound that I want. It's better. But yeah, it's got a little farty, little distorty. I don't know. I'm just not a massive fan of this recording. It's mostly the bleed as well that is kind of messing it up. See, this one already sounds distorted without the drive going on, right? So I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, for now we'll just rock with this, and if we have to adjust, we'll totally do that. I'll just get rid of this snare as well.
That's better. Any more snares? Yes. I'll just make them short like that. Maybe old heads, yeah, I don't know. I doubt it since it's Nathan, but who knows? This sounds like mic placement or something. That's okay for now. If I want to make them brighter, I still have telos on the toms bus. And I can crank up some brightness. But what I'm mostly looking for is just a little touch of reverb. The toms are weirdly enough the only drum elements where I will use reverb on. I know Jordan is right now laughing at me, like behind his computer there. Just a very short gate time here. Little bit like that. Okay, we got a good, okay starting point there. Yeah, the tom again. It's just the bleed mostly what is keeping me from liking them. This is like good chance I will replace at least the floor tom. Actually, let's just commit. All right, let's just go for it. Because yeah, I'm already on the fence on it, so why not just go all in? All right. I'll keep the gate and I'll just insert trigger here. Trigger, trigger, trigger. Here we go. Let's see. Let's go for some dead drums. Again, these are Brian Hood drums, I think. It's kind of the same. Yeah, I'll just tune this sample a bit down. And then we get somewhat of the same sound here. Just making sure it's triggering all right. Yep. That's totally fine. Just getting rid of all the bleed here so that I'm fully sure it's not going to give me any misfires. That should be okay. That should be okay. Yeah, just gain it up a little bit. Yeah, that should be okay. All right, and I'll just get rid of the live one because yeah, I doubt I'm gonna make it work. And now let's just put telos on again here on the sample. I like the high end here. Just want to push it further and further and further. Kind of like that. Let's give that a try. See if that works with the live rack tom. Actually, perfectly. That's awesome. Ah, yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah, this is great. All right. Another common, I guess, mixing mistake, by the way, is that a lot of guys will have more low end and low mids in their floor toms than in their kick drums, which to me is a pretty big, like, kind of, I don't know, like a weird, a weird thing. Whereas like the floor tom is like a smaller drum, so it should have a little bit less low end than the kick. And so that's why, that's another reason why you should just crank up low end on top of low end on top of low end on your kicks, so that you don't end up with a floor tom that sounds bigger than your kick, which is, I don't know, it just sounds very weird, you know? Yeah, that's a good starting point for now. I still want to push things further, because the more I listen to this, the more it starts to kind of trigger like responses in my brain of like, hey, this is not as bright as my usual stuff. It's not as, there's not as much low end as my usual stuff, so. Cranking up even more top end on the snare. And probably a little bit more of this mid-range boost in the kick. Yeah, I really like that extra presence boost there. I don't even remember what that frequency is when it's all the way to the right here. But yeah, this is sick. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. Here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, Multitracks are in the Black Salt Audio community. They're not in the PPS community yet. I will probably just drop them there as well. But for now they're just in the BSA Academy. The Bleed on Hums. Yes, Steve, you're absolutely right, man. Yep. Yeah, Aaron, totally, man. Yeah, it all starts at the source, man. You can put like a $5,000 microphone into a $10,000 preamp, into a $100,000 converter. But if that microphone is aimed at a drum with an old head on it, you're just no way you're going to get a good recording out of that. So, yeah, man, the heads is really where it starts. Tune them correctly. And that's 95% of your mixing done. Or at least it's going to make your life so much easier, right? Anyway, I got a good starting point going for drums right now, I feel like. What I did want to do before was automate some of that room mic down here in that super fast section. And probably a bit of sample as well, so that we get a bit more of the natural snare in this faster section here. And of course, we'll probably have to adjust the volume of the snare in general once we have more stuff into the mix here. Yeah, this is good for now. So now we have all the faders up and we have somewhat of like a rough balance here. Now I go to the drum bus, which is all the way at the end here. And we just go and put on some drum bus. So here we go. I'm using my own preset here, which is Sticky Shells. Is my preset for the regular drum bus. The reason sticky is, well, glue, you know. So I'm just looking for glue here between all these drum shells. And so, yeah, that's how I've kind of... that's where my mind was at when I made this preset here. I'm just looking for glue. It is gonna kill and sacrifice a little bit of the attack, which is absolutely perfectly fine, because later on I'm also gonna bring on this crash bus here, which is gonna be all attack, and it's gonna be no glue or no sustain whatsoever. This is all gonna be about attack, and that gives us control between the gluey drum mix, I guess, versus the attacky drum mix, and we're just gonna find the right balance between these two. Oh, Steve, you used that one? That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, so let's just bring it on here. And that's it. It immediately gives me perfectly what I want. So a beat is really quick for you guys. Listen for the snare, and when it's bypassed, the snare's kind of poking out on its own. It's like I'm living a life on my own way up top here, and as soon as I engage the plugin, it's kind of like blended in with the rest of the drum kit, and it feels more as like one drum kit versus a bunch of separate shells. I hope that makes any sense, but you see the snare's kind of like up there, it's kind of living a life on its own. And now it feels more as if it's kind of, you know, in the drum kit. It's like part of the actual drum kit now. Even more salt, because I want to do even more of, well, everything. If I'm correct, this is just some like good old EQ, I think, on like the sweet spots here. Yeah, the way I guess that my mixing workflow looks is like I'm gonna bring everything to like a starting point, and then from that starting point I'm just slowly gonna push things further and further and further and further in terms of the amount of low end, the amount of top end, the amount of compression, the amount of everything, right? And so yeah, this is just one of those things where I'm just pushing both the top end and the bottom end just a little bit further again. And especially in this genre and in modern music in general, we really have to be that bold. I'm doing a ton of mix reviews as well, as a lot of you guys know. And one of the most common issues is really just under-processing, really. It's just not being, I guess, being too careful, actually, of like, oh, I don't really want to push that this far because it's going to be bad or it's going to clip something or whatever. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's the further I get into this whole mixing thing, the more I push things to 10 and then up to 11 and 12 and 13, and it starts to sound better and better and better. So yeah, don't be afraid to just push things to the absolute max when it comes to processing, and you'll be amazed at what it's gonna sound like. Anyway, that's our drum bus compression. That's pretty much the only processing that I'm going to be doing on the drum bus here. Now let's check out our, what is it, the crush bus. So as you can see, the kick bus, the snare bus, the toms bus, and even the cymbals bus. I don't need that actually. They all have to send to the crush bus. And that's where this one is at. And again, it's one of my own presets here. This one is called Parallel Death, which is the opposite, like I said before, of the Sticky Shells one. I'm really looking for attack and nothing but attack here. So let's see. Let's engage it. And I really mean attack, right? Like a ton of it. Yeah, I love that. Actually, what I can also do, because these the drums here are pretty fast, right? We have a lot of kicks, we have a lot of snares, so I'm probably gonna give kick and snare their own crush bus. Let me see, duplicate here. So this will become the kick crush, and this will become the snare and toms crush. And I'll just have to change the input here to 5/6, I guess. And then we're going to send our snare and toms to 5/6. And they're probably going to be treated the exact same, but since the compressor will just have a little bit more time to react to all the individual drum shells, it's going to give us just a little bit of a cleaner result here. So this is our kick crush. Tons of attack there, that's great. Let's blend it in with the real kick here, or the actual kick. Ah, nice, I love that, tons of attack there. Okay, and then the snare and toms crush. Quite aggressive as well. Let's see if we get some toms going. Yeah, toms are triggering it as well. That's good. All right, and then we just blend that in with the full drum mix. A new button called the Roelof push. It just turns up all the knobs by 25%. It goes all the plugin instances. Yeah, like an extra 25%, that is, right? So without the Roelof function, you only get to go to 100%. And then with the Roelof engage, you go to 125. I love that. Yeah, that's great. All right, let's see. Steve is asking, what is the difference between drum bus and crush bus regarding inputs? I don't know if I understand the question. These are just both separate buses with their own inputs. So the, let's see, the kick bus here is where all the kick tracks kind of end up on. And the snare bus and the toms bus and the cymbal bus and the room bus, they all have output set drums. So they're all going to end up on this fader. And that's where, you know, that's just one fader for all these drums, right? But they also have sends going on, so I'm kind of copying the signal, I guess, and sending it to these crush buses over here. And so I can kind of blend these copied signals together. So it's like the drums fader, this one, with just the glue compressor on. It has a fader, right? I can play around with that. And then these over-the-top compressed kick and snare faders here, I can play around with that and just create a balance here between the over-the-top compressed drums and the glued drums. So if I play the drums here and I mute these two crush buses, you'll notice that we're gonna miss out on a ton of attack suddenly. So And now we have all that attack back. Maybe even a bit too much for snare, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know where all these faders are gonna end up just yet, because I don't have enough context just yet, you know, because I have to bring in the guitars and the bass and some vocals, and only then, when we have all the instruments pretty much in the mix, then we can actually make some, like, I guess, final decisions on how bright is the snare gonna be, how much compression do we really actually need. But I'll have to kind of readjust all these little things after we have all the other faders into the mix here. But yeah, these are great starting points. I think we're pretty close already. But again, it really depends on what it's going to sound like after we bring in the rest, and how that's going to impact what these drums are sounding like right now. So I hope that makes sense, but let me know if it does. Yeah. All right, so quickly catching up on the chat. You thought it was a pun. Sticky shells preset. Sticks hitting the shells. Yeah, I guess you could have interpreted it like that as well. No, sticky as in glue, for sure. Yep. All right. Helmer, yes, I've never ever told you to dial down the 90 hertz on a kick. No, man, absolutely not. Love it, man. German Favian. Sorry, man, if I pronounced that incorrectly. But the plugins are a godsend to me. That's great to hear, dude. Super sick. Basically the same inputs, but different treatment. Steve, yes, absolutely. Yep. So the one is just compressed with the goal for glue, and the other ones are compressed for the goal of massive attack. Yep. Yep. You guys are on track with that. Yes. Lucas, I've never seen separate buses for kick and drum shells. I don't always do that. It's actually rare that I do that, but in this case, I feel like the kick and snare are kind of so fast. You know, they're kind of following up each other so fast, and there's not enough time in between for the compressor to go back up to 0 dB of gain reduction. And so in those cases, I kind of duplicate the crush bus, and give kick and snare their own bus, so that the snare will have a little bit more time in between to kind of come back up and then react to the next snare hit or kick hit or whatever. Yeah. Let me see. So when did you start to separate the shells on different crush buses? Recently, I would say maybe a month or two ago. It's the first time I tried it when I was mixing some insanely heavy deathcore, which had a lot of 32 kick hits, so super fast kick hits, and I was like, wow, my snare completely disappears when these fast kicks are being played. So I was like, I wonder if I can kind of give that its own little fader. And I was like, yes, actually, just duplicating the crush bus helps a lot. Yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as on the first time I do that on a public mix, yes. Because again, it's very, dependent on the situation. In this case, like I said, again, there's so many kick and snare hits that the compressor barely has enough time to react to all of that stuff. But now it just sounds even too much, right? Which is a great problem to have, because it's way easier to dial something back than it is to crank things up further. So, yeah, that's pretty much the thought process there. Yeah, SSL EQs, yeah, man, these are all pretty much based on an SSL EQs, I would say. At least, like, the overall idea is definitely to get some of that same sound, but then make it way easier to just crank it up and immediately go for the right frequencies. So, yeah, you're not going to miss the SSL, man. It's, I don't know, I don't miss it, so, yep. Don't you use some clipping on the drums and the crush bus? I do not, usually, no. I usually just let the clipper on the mix bus take care of that, because I like loud drums in my mix, obviously, and it's usually the mix bus clipper, I guess, that is reacting to kick and snare for the most part, and then the guitars are kind of, sitting below that. But no, I don't usually have clipping going on here. But if you paid attention, you have seen that I did clip the snare individually, the kick individually, and so I don't want to have like 3 or 4 stages of clipping going on. That will probably be a little bit overkill. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah, this is pretty much where I wanted to go today, and we're only 90 minutes in, so maybe we can just continue a little bit and get some starting point going on for guitars. which is usually my my next step after I get the drums to pretty much this point. I like to bring in the rhythm guitars and bass after the rhythm guitars. And the reason why I like to do that is because I want the rhythm guitars to be able to take up as much space as they possibly want, as they can ever want, and just make sure that it sounds absolutely massive before we bring in the bass. And then inevitably there's going to be gaps in the low end and in the mid-range, and then I use bass to kind of fill those gaps afterwards. But yeah, I never start with bass after the drums. I always put in guitars first. So let's just unmute guitars, see what's up, and probably have to readjust some fader balance as soon as we bring them in. So let's see what they sound like here. Yeah, probably want to lower the drums a little bit, otherwise we're definitely going to run out of headroom. Let's go -5 or something, just to give us a bit of extra space here. -5 on snare, -5 on toms, -5 on cymbals, and -5 on rooms. Make sure we're still doing some compression here. Alright, just trying to quickly build some fader balance here. I lowered the drums a bit. Trying to find a good starting point for where the guitars are gonna sit. And now that the guitars are in, I feel like the kick is maybe a little on the brighter side, so let's just dial that back a little bit. The snare could use more sustain, so I wanna get more room sample in there. See, I don't know if you guys remember, but at the beginning I told you guys like the first thing that is gonna disappear as soon as we bring other elements into the mix is room sound, ambience, delays, reverbs, whatnot. And this is perfect proof of that, because as soon as we brought in the guitars, like all that room sound on the snare completely disappeared. Because when I hit play here, it's like snare is really just kind of like a blippy sound suddenly, right? So bit more volume, but definitely more room sounds. Alright, so we got a good starting point now with that. Alright, let's go to guitars then. I do like the overall tone here, but we're a bit, I don't know, a bit like low-mid focused. I definitely want to get way more presence in here. So first put up a little bit of escalator to kind of beef them up a bit more. I will catch up on the chat in a second as well. So we're getting even a bit more of that low mids, which is totally cool. But no, I definitely want to bring up some more, I guess, presence, top end. And for this one, I will be using SSL channel. And if you guys want, maybe if I have the boss's approval, I can also give you guys a little quick sneak peek at the new Telos Guitars plugin in just a second here. But before we do that, yeah, I'll just mix it first with the regular SSL stuff and the normal stuff that I've been doing. Let me see. Oh yeah, Jordan, same thing. You remember adding like 10 dB of top end to those guitars. Yeah, I'm probably going to do the same. I've got this really cool trick here where you kind of shave off everything above 8K on the SSL, and then simultaneously you're boosting like an 8K high shelf. And for some reason those what is it? Those like EQs kind of work together in a way that you end up with really nice top end here. So Yeah, probably gonna go more than that. Probably want to have a little bit more, I don't know, 2.5. All right, we got permission for the Telos guitar ones. Do you guys want to see that at all? Do you guys care about the new Telos guitar plugin? I feel like the chat should be popping right now. Yes, please show it. I only see 2 comments. We're not gonna do that for 2 comments, guys. Let me know if you guys want to see it. Maybe some 4K as well. Yeah, there's obviously the delay here. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait on you guys to see if you want to see the plugin or not, right? For now, I'll just keep mixing like this. See what we need from the guitars here. Okay, you guys got me. Yeah, totally fooled you there. Not gonna use the SSL here. That's old school. Let's go with guitars. Love it. All right, let's check it out, guys. This is great. I told Jordan this is by far my favorite plugin. And of course, I'm totally biased here, obviously, right? But it's been a long while since I've been this excited about a plugin. So let's just check it out. It's just same as Telos drums, right? But it just makes guitar mixing so easy. I'm just gonna dial it in and you'll see. Jog control, obviously what the names are kind of self-explanatory, right? I'm sadness. Yeah, man, I figured. Yeah, the vibes in the comments were so off, man. No, whatever, it's totally cool. No, I love this. This plugin is sick. Smooth, and we got inflate here. More low mid-rangey, this one, and then we got focus. It's more like the I guess the 500 hertz mid-rangey, and then we got smooth over here, which emphasizes a little bit higher up. I want to say like 1K, something like that. Either way, you can really crank up that saturation by a lot actually, and it still sounds absolutely massive here. Yeah, and now bypass. Let's see what happens here. This is insane. How sick is that? That's insane. Let's put that in the mix here. Super sick. Very stoked with that. Let's keep that. I love it. All right, now that we have guitars in and we got drums in, still want more mid-range on drums, so I'm probably gonna increase the rooms a bit. Actually mute those guitars really quick. Bit more mids and drums like that. All right, and to me the kick now still is a little bit on the brighter side, like too much. So let's see, we're not boosting any brightness here. Let's less of this. Actually, don't even have to boost any top end at all on the kick here. At least not for now. So let's see, maybe a little bit. Rebirth recording. Yes, absolutely, man. The replays will be up on YouTube indefinitely. Yes. Yep, so the chug control is that kind of multi-band trick where it kind of compresses the low end. As soon as you do like these palm mutes, the chugging on the guitar, like grung, 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 that sound, there's usually a massive build-up in the low mids, which is really messing up the low end of your mix. And so the chug control will literally just control that and kind of dynamically get rid of the excessive low end on these big palm mutes. Yep. Oh yeah, Sean did a way better job explaining that in one sentence instead of 5 like I did. Yeah, it's the Andy Sneap melt. Yeah, pretty much J Bing. Yep, exactly. Awesome. Yeah, you guys love that plugin just as much as I do, because, geez, I just love that. We went from a dark, non-defined guitar tone to this. And in what, like 2 minutes, if that. I do want to add a bit more like mid-range. Yeah, more kind of like that genty kind of mid-range, so. Alright, now we can pretty much already build somewhat of a more final kind of rough balance, right? Because now with all the drum elements in the mix and some guitars, now we have way more context that we need in order to really make decisions about, you know, where are actually the levels going to end up, you know? So I'm just making little micro adjustments pretty much all the time, right? Where I feel like, a little bit more, a little bit less, a little bit more. Probably want a bit more snare sample in here. And another thing I want to try on a snare sample is literally just grab a transient designer. Where is it? Here we go. And add sustain to it, because I still want more sustain in the snare. So I'm just going to quite literally force it. There, and let's see what that's doing in the mix here. Yes, I love that. All right, and then a bit more mid-range in the full snare as well, but maybe lower. All right, that's more like it. So a bit more high and a bit more mids. On snare, it just gives you that massive snare, right? So yeah, I'm pretty happy with what it's sounding like right now. Of course, you have to do a bit of automation on fills like that, which is totally fine. Just less sample, probably. All right, cool. Let's see. More comments. Tongue Sweet Distant at a discounted price. We'd have to talk to the guy that makes the plugin, and the Jordan, obviously. Yeah, that's definitely my favorite amp sim. So I don't know, man. We should probably figure something out about that. I don't. The guitars in this particular mix are not made with the Distant plugin, by the way. These are just. I guess they just tracked these themselves and reamped them themselves and sent them over. Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any clean or lead guitars in this song. I think we have a filter guitar, which is not really. It's more like an old school kind of sounding filter guitar here. So yeah, we can't really do a lot with that. But yeah, it definitely works just as well on clean guitars and heavy guitars and acoustic guitars. So yeah, I'm very stoked for that plugin to come out very soon. I think it was July. I think Jordan already mentioned that in the chat here. Pretty much July is when the plugin is coming out. So very stoked for that. Yep, awesome. So I'm pretty happy with where we're at now. We got like, I don't know, I want to go for like maybe 10 minutes or so, kind of do some very small fine tweaks, make sure that we're good with this. And then tomorrow, it's probably going to be the most important part of mixing in this genre. We're going to bring in the bass, and then we're really going to kind of solidify all the relationships in the low end. So we're going to see how much low end the guitars are going to have, how much low end the bass is going to have, where that low end is going to be located, and bass and kick drum, I should say, as well. So we're going to dial in some of the relationships here. Early July, yes, that's when the Telos guitar is coming out. Yep, love it. What's your name? Dio Stalo. Yes, you get all the plugins in the Access Pass, all the Black Salt Audio plugins, that is, of course. So you won't get the SSL channels and whatnot, but all the Black Salt Audio stuff is yours in the Artist Pass. Yes, sir. I think we should just probably dive into some mixing. I have not been in the session since this Monday, so I have absolutely no idea where we left off. I just know that we mixed drums and we mixed guitars. So now I'm going to hit play, and before we do that, actually, this is a good takeaway as well. It's been like a day, right, since we've been mixing this song, like 1.5 days or something. And so now when I'm going to hit play now, it's going to be super fresh for me again, right, because I don't really remember where we left off or what it sounds like or anything. And so the first 10 seconds that I'm going to be listening to this again for the first time after a full day is going to be eye-opening for me as a mix engineer, right? It's going to be like, oh, it's actually way too much, I don't know, right? Or way too little, whatever, bass, or I don't know, right? I have no idea. But yeah, what I really like to do is create as many of these moments of like full objectivity and like fresh ears and all these things as possible while I'm mixing a song, while I'm mixing a record. So it's very rare where I will actually mix a song in one single sitting, in one single session. I usually take a break or like a day in between or something, try to get some objectivity back and try to win some perspective back, I guess, right? And then just use that to my advantage as much as possible. So let's, without further ado, let's hit play, see what it sounds like, and see if anything comes to mind here that I want to change immediately, or if we're in a good spot. We'll see. Let's check it out. And by the way, drop a message in the chat if the Pro Tools audio is working as well. So quick test here. Let's check it. All right, Pro Tools audio working for you guys? Yep. Love it. All right, so I just realized I want a bit more cymbals. We mixed them a kind of low last time. Audio's good. Cool. Just need a bit more of that top end energy from cymbals, so just raising them up. These room mics are actually kind of on the brighter side that I normally have. So let's make them even a bit darker. Again, just pushing them back into the distance a little bit more, right? So that with a super bright snare, which is very upfront and in your face, and then far away room mics, we're going to create a ton of like depth in the mix here. I'm insanely happy with the guitars. I don't think we need to change anything about that. I don't know if this is even doing anything. It's doing a little bit, so we can keep that on. Yeah, the Telos guitar plugin, which is coming out July, is still doing a proper job here, so I just want to keep that going. We have not mixed in the other two layers of guitars here. We got another, what is this? Rhythm guitar. Yes, and then we have some filter guitars here, so we'll probably bring in those two guitars first. Alright, that's pretty cool sounding. And then we're gonna move on to bass and synths, like I said. So let's see what this is sounding like with the actual rhythm guitars together. Okay, they're very loud. They don't need to be that loud. There's one kind of harsh frequency in there. So I just took out two little like harsh frequencies there. Gonna keep them low in the mix because they're really just kind of meant to kind of beef things up a little bit, but they're obviously not meant, I don't think we even need this, they're obviously not meant to be super upfront here, so let's just keep that like so, and then, yeah, that's totally fine. It just beefs up the lower mids a little bit, which is probably what we want in this section here. They can be a little brighter maybe, so let's just make them a little brighter. Okay, that's cool for now. Let's just keep that for now and see when we bring in vocals and synthesizers and whatever else we've got going on, if we need to change them. Now let's bring in a filter guitar here. Okay, I don't think we need to process them a lot here. They're already kind of a vibe here. Okay, the fade in is a little much, so I'll just gain that down a little bit like this. Just the easiest. More like this, probably. Yeah, that's kind of cool. So it just kind of fades in into the big drop there, which is cool. All right, let's check out if there's more questions or whatever. Yeah, the audio's working. Thank you guys for that. When is Telo's guitars coming? Pretty much July. Yeah, man, I have a project right now that I would love to use it on. Dude, ever since Jordan sent me the first demo of that Telo's guitar thing, I've been waiting, man, to just use it in all my projects. I love that thing. Yeah, let's see. Has the latest update? I have no idea about that. Beaver guitar tone. Yes, absolutely. Love it. All right, cool. No questions. Let's move on. We're going to move over to bass now. Finally, eh? So I just unmuted the final bass bus, and let's see what the bass actually sounds like. All right, very cool. It's just a DI, of course. Let me see here. So what I'm noticing is that the guitar tuning is quite low, but the bass guitar is actually playing quite high up the neck, right? So I'm not sure what that's going to mean for our low end. The other thing I'm noticing is that the bass parts and the playing is very, very dynamic with a lot of like spiky sounds to it. So I just want to control that a little bit before we throw it into the amp sim. So just pulling up a compressor here. I don't know why I've been using this one, but I've been using this one for a while on like bass. Kind of bringing up the lower sound, the lower volume sound, and then but it still kind of keeps the original kind of transient sound in there, if that makes sense, right? It's still very much attacky, but the sustain is just dramatically came up in volume now. So we're gonna feed a somewhat more stable, consistent signal into the amp sim now. And my amp sim of choice for bass has always been Parallax. And I've actually been betrayed by Neural. No, I'm kidding. But ever since they dropped the Parallax X update, some of the presets have drastically changed. And one of my favorites is Spasm. I've been using that on like a million songs because it's just so, I don't know, it sounds amazing. But then in the Parallax X update, it sounds completely different. So I'm not happy with that. So I'll probably just have to recreate this preset again using the old Parallax plugin. But yeah, let's see how close we can get this. Because the original Spasm preset was way cleaner. This is way more distorted already. Not that I hate distortion on bass, not at all, but it's just like, it was not the right amount. And it's like, when you've been using a preset or a sound for like a lot of time and a lot of different, you know, songs, then you kind of get used to it. And then when something changes, it just throws you off, you know. I don't think this is MIDI bass, although it sounds like it for sure. Or it's just well played and well edited, which I think is more likely that ours would do that. Yeah, so I'm not sure. I can't tell you for sure if it's MIDI or not. It definitely sounds as consistent as MIDI, right? So that could be a compliment to Josh, apparently, the bass player. Yeah, the reason why I like this spasm preset is because it automatically gives you a nice kind of a low mid kind of rich sound, which is very much what I like. Let's see. Then I just start with some low control. I know that Parallax is already compressing the low end in the plugin, and it looks like it's on 100%. But even then, I still kind of like to have low control after that, simply just to give my own sense of control over it. You know what I mean? It's not a preset here, but it's just like I'm just going to do my own thing here and decide the frequency and all these things by myself without just picking a preset. And it just mentally gives me the sense of having control over the low end, right? I hope that makes any sense at all. And if you feel like I'm crazy, that's totally cool. But I'm just compressing the low end on its own. I like to go high, fairly high on the frequency. Kind of compress not only the sub low end, but also that lower mid range. And it just gives me the fader, right, for the amount of low end. Let's just put that in the mix here. Alright, then we need more low mid, so I'm just going to enhance that a bit. Sure what I like just yet. Kind of like it at 150 there, just kind of beefs up that lower mid-range. What I'm really looking for when I'm mixing bass is that the guitars start sounding massive. That's really what I'm looking for here, especially on a part like this where the bass is really just playing the root notes below the guitars. I'm really looking for that glue between the rhythm guitars and the bass. It's not like I want bass to sound massive on its own. It's not like I want the guitars to sound massive on their own, but I want the relationship between these two to be in such a way that together they really give you that wall of sound, you know? Definitely want more 1K in the bass here. Kinda like that, and then we'll just have escalator, even more saturation. Just makes it sound as if there's two bass guitars or something. Yeah, again, this just really warms up that low mid-range area or something. Yeah, very cool. Another kind of, this is one of my more controversial things that I do, is oxygen on bass, which is not what this plugin was designed for originally, but I love this bite setting on bass, and I'll just crank it up a ton so you can hear what it's doing here. Let's pick a little bit more technical part here. That to me feels like cheating. It's just like, how much do you want your bass guitar to cut through the mix here? And just like, done. Alright, that's very cool sounding already. Then of course compression, just to smooth out that level and keep that bass consistent in place, because we want that low end to not move, right? We want that to be super solid at all times, no matter whether it's playing high up the neck or just low the root notes. We want that to be solid, which is why we have compression on the low end and just like, like overall compression, I guess, here. Just kind of smooths out that performance even a bit more. Let's catch up on the chat here real quick. Let's see. Lucas saying, remind me again, little plate on the room drum bus that it's to bring out more ambience in the room tracks. Yes, sir, absolutely. Yeah, just rewatch the replay of the first one, man, if you need a reminder. All good. Do you find that distortion on bass can easily become too much? it's very genre dependent, I would say, and it's kind of dependent on whether you're distorting everything, so the low end included, or in case of Parallax, where I think it's leaving the low end clean and it's only distorting the mid range and the upper mids, and in that case you can actually get away with a lot. Yeah, and Jordan has actually been doing that kind of split technique a lot as well, where you kind of duplicate the bass. You split it in like 2 signals, the low end and just the you know, everything, the mid range and above that, and then you just distort the mid range and everything above, and you leave the low end super clean. Which is, yeah, I guess Parallax is doing all that in just one plugin, which is very neat. I like it when a plugin simplifies something like that, right? So yeah, hopefully that kind of explains that. But yeah, when you're just distorting the low end or like the bass in total, which happens on the Dark Glass plugin, for example, or just the Sense and pedal or whatever, then yes, it easily gets too much. And even low control or something, it gets too much very quickly. When you go above 20 or something, it really starts to like go pretty crazy. So I do like to keep that low end distortion very subtle for sure. Yep. Cool, let's see. Don't you put a limiter at the end of the bass chain like Jordan does? Well, I'm not finished yet with mixing bass. There's going to be more coming, so I might. I don't always do that, but yeah, occasionally. But no, I don't always do that just because. You know what I mean? It's just like when I'm done mixing bass and I still feel like something is jumping out, then I'll put on a limiter for sure. But for now, I'm totally cool to just rock it as is. I'm actually going to go with a little bit more clean sound because I don't like the amount of distortion that we have now. Yeah, it's actually that mid drive that was driving me crazy here. I really prefer that somewhat cleaner sound here. And then what I usually have is like one kind of surgical EQ after that, for which I'm going to put on some headphones, because my NS10s are obviously not pumping out a lot of low end here. Let's quickly go to a reference track, which I know you guys cannot see, but I'm not sure if you guys can hear the reference tracks. Do you guys get the audio for that? Playing Spotify right now, but again, I'm not sure if you guys can hear that or not. Just gauging the low end. Yeah, just adding more sub low end. A lot of root node information there. Oh, you get the audio? Awesome, that's great. So yeah, what I noticed here with the Savini mix is that the low end is just even bigger, right? So especially when he goes on these lower notes. So let's check out this section here. Yeah, and we can even have more sub low end on kick as well. So let's go and do that. Okay, computer is not liking it, but whatever. So more 50, I guess, on kick. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, boosting 10 dB there, but I still don't feel like we got enough. So we probably have to do something else in order to really get that low end. Another frequency that I really like to either boost or cut or just like keep my eye on is that 160 hertz kind of thing. Which is really, again, that glue between rhythm guitars and bass guitar is really going to come from this. Yeah, a couple dB there really gives you that glue. And then we can lower the volume. Let's reference again real quick. All right. Okay, we're kind of close for now. I'm kind of happy with that. Let's just roll with that for now. I will be adding a bass synth later on as well, just to really kind of fill out that sub low end that we're not really getting, no matter even if we're bumping up like 10 dB or 50 hertz. So yeah, we'll probably have to play some different tricks there. Let's see, I just saw a question from Prod. Can you A/B the oxygen in context of the mix? Check it out, dude. So this is oxygen engaged. And bypassed. Alright, and now we're back on NS10s, and now I immediately hear that this is already too much over here. Yeah, I'll probably get rid of that completely. Check out another section. Okay, for now, I'm kind of happy with that. Let's see. Yeah, I like that. That's okay for now. Again, we're probably gonna have to do a little bit more referencing later on. Really try to get that low end very solid. And again, I'm just gonna bring in some bass synths as well, especially in this section over here, to really give you that massive kind of low end that's kind of spread out over both speakers there. So, gonna do some stereo bass synth. So that's probably going to happen in a little bit. But for now, I kind of want to move on quickly, because I kind of want to have the balance of all the instruments as quickly as possible, and then bring in some vocals so that we have all the context that we need to really make decisions about where we actually have to push things and where we actually have pushed things too far already. But right now, we don't have enough information yet, right, to make all of those decisions. So let's see, Frode, what happened to 90? 90 is at kick drum. Yeah, 90 is my go-to kick drum frequency, and for bass it's like sub low end plus that 160. That's really what I'm looking for. Yep. Let's see, Alessandro, I like using the pull tag, boosting at 100 for that purpose, low end and low mid-range on bass. Yep, totally, man. Mickey, do you cut any 150 out of bass? Well, usually I'm boosting it actually by a lot. Just again to really get that glue between the bass and the rhythm guitars. So, but this bass already has a ton of that, so I don't even have to boost a lot here, and the relationship is already kind of solid already, right? So, we can bring this down a bit. There's still one frequency in bass that is kind of overlapping right now. But I struggle to kind of hear where that is right now. Probably around there, where it's kind of eating up a bit too much space. And this is where the kick actually has a lot of energy, exactly in this range. And now when the bass and the kick are playing together, then it kind of gets too much here, so. So I really kind of like that relationship a bit more. The kick kind of has its own place to kind of cut through that 80, 90 hertz, right, that we talked about with Frode as well. And then bass kind of sits around that. So it's the sub low end plus that 160 area. And that way everything kind of has its own place. And then, yeah, I don't know, I just really like how that kind of sits and complements each other, you know, so. Let's see. Yeah, cool. Yeah, no stress, Road. Happy to show you that. Oxygen Chick sounds nasty. Totally give that a shot. The Oxygen Chick is a secret weapon. Iceman is saying, you don't boost a bit the bass around the 1.5K to cut through a bit? Yeah, I'm basically doing that with the oxygen thing. It's the exact same. I don't know if it's the exact same, like behind the scenes in this plugin, because I have no idea what kind of stuff is happening here. But it's kind of accomplishing the exact same goal, right? So it's just that mid-range that really needs to cut through. When I bypass that, it just falls flat. And when I engage it, the bass is really cutting through. So absolutely, yep. Okay, so a bit too much low end on the guitars. Slowly dialing that back, so that we can kind of give that place to bass, you know. So yeah, what I just did basically was kind of take a little bit of the low mids out of the guitars and give that to the bass, which is in the center, which is kind of, I don't know, I like this relationship a little bit better. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool to me, so let's just keep that as is. Lower the guitars a little bit. Yeah. Oh, and by the way, another Iceman, you said you don't boost a bit the bass around 1 to 1.5K. Another place where I actually did that was in the Parallax plugin already, because the Spasm preset has this 1K knob all the way down here, and so I increased that to more than the center, I guess, more than 0. So I am boosting for sure, but maybe not as direct on like an EQ plugin itself, but more like in the plugins that I'm already working with, right? So I hope that makes sense. Okay, definitely want to bring in that bass synth now really quick. Probably just going to bring that in from another session, at least one of them, because that's just way faster. Alright, my computer's just freezing right now, so hopefully it's not going to be too bad. Oh, here we go. Let me see, where did I actually use that? In this one. Yes. Okay, let me see. Guitar synth, I don't need that one. I need the bass synth. Where are you at? Stereo bass. And then there's one more I want to use. Is it that one? I'm not sure. So I'll just import all of these synths really quick, see which one I actually need. I will definitely show you guys how I created that, but it's basically just sub-low end that is like stereo, so it's all in the sides. And the goal for that is just to kind of, again, give the guitars, which are also pan out to the sides, more power in that sub-low end. And this is a trick that Cervini or something is definitely using, because he has a ton of sub-low end, 50 hertz and all these things in the sides, which is obviously forbidden, right? Because people will tell you to not do that, because low end has to be centered and yada yada yada, but it actually sounds super super sick. So I've been doing that a lot. And of course, when you have to, you know, distribute your music on vinyl, then of course you cannot get away with that, and you probably have to mute these sends or just bring down all the low end to mono for sure. But when you put it on Spotify and everything, it's totally cool. No stress. So it's just A&A synth here. I don't know if you guys can hear that. No, it's actually routed to a bus here, which I have not imported. So let me just quickly put it onto the pre-master here. That's basically what I'm using there for that stereo bass. But then we're going super super low, and we're just kind of copying the bass guitar. I was actually on the right note immediately. That's kind of crazy. That never happens. Where are we? Here we go. B, I think it is. Yes. Okay, and then we're just going to lower the volume of it by a ton, because it's way too loud now. And I'm just drawing in the MIDI to kind of match the bass guitar. But I'm only going to do the root note, so when the bass guitar goes up, so he's doing like do, 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 do. Probably not going to copy that and just keep it at the root notes, unless it's kind of easy. Yeah, it just goes an octave, I think so. Then he goes to G's, yeah, G sharp, G, yeah, sharp. So I'm not gonna copy that little run there, I'm just gonna keep it on the root notes. And let's see, where we go now. Going even lower. Is it E? I'm not sure. Let's put this an octave higher so it's kind of easier to hear where we're going. So it's D sharp actually. Probably split that up in two. And another one. Okay, this is the boring work, but once we have this, it's going to be easy to duplicate this and to copy this over to a different bass MIDI. Do, do, do. Okay. Can probably copy a little bit of that over. Okay, I want to kind of follow this little rondo. And he goes even lower. Okay, I don't need those. And now I'm just gonna put the entire part an octave down again so that we get that big, big, big sub low end. So you guys already get the point, right? It's just like, yeah, I know, guys, you have the audio, the MIDI feature, edit from there. To me, that is slower, and I just hate the process of it. So I'm really good to just draw in the MIDI real quick like this. Because, yeah, I don't know, it's never lined up timing-wise and whatnot, so I just don't like that. But yeah, check out what's happening in the mix now. Let's just lower the volume of it. Okay, probably want another one, which is probably this one, but I'm not sure. No, that's just the guitar one. Okay, let me just... I know it's a Serum preset, so we'll just go here. And it's classic, but more, I think it is. Yep. Okay, just listen to that low end, right? It's just that low end that I really want, so I can probably just EQ a little bit of the top and shave off. Yeah, and the more I listen to this, the more I do think that we need the octave higher of this one. So it's fairly subtle. You don't really want those to be fully like audible in the mix, like you can put your finger on them. But you just want that low end to kind of just like go super wide and super massive here, like. And without. That's sick, right? It's so low in volume, which is totally fine. I think they repeat this section a little later in the song. Yeah, over here. So I'll just copy that over. And I think that's pretty much the only section in the song that kind of need this. Because if you go like super synth bass on the faster sections or on the more genty section where the bass guitar is all over the place, it's never really kind of, I don't know, it just doesn't really work. It's just sounding too weird. I know. So, hey, George is here. Awesome. Love it. Good to see you guys. Let's see if there's any more comments. Alrighty. Alright, yeah, it's cutting in and out for me. So, alright, so you guys got audio again? Love it. Heck yeah. George, I know nothing. George, actually, we were wondering if this was, there was a question earlier on in the chat, whether this was MIDI based or whether you actually just played it that tight. Love to hear some clarity about that. That would be super, super sick. Because it's obviously a great performance here. It's so good that people are wondering if it's MIDI. So that's hopefully a compliment. Super sick. Yeah, what now? The band didn't give you the MIDI. Yeah, there is no MIDI, dude. So at least hopefully Josh will tell us. Sick. Yeah, now we've got the low end kind of beefed up here, which I'm really happy with. And now we're going to move on to the other synthesizers here. So I'll just unmute the synth bus here. Oh, that was Jacob Umansky. Gotcha. Right on. That makes sense. So Umansky played it himself, apparently. Yeah. Awesome. All right, let's go to synths. So there's a lot of synth tracks here. So we'll just see whatever we're gonna be using, and if we're gonna be using everything. Well, obviously, these are the intro synths. This is very cool. Let's see what else. So there's an interesting sound in the mid-range here that I kind of want to emphasize here. The kind of wah, wah, wah kind of sound. So I'm just boosting up a ton of mid-range here. And a little cut here at 110, 120 to kind of clean up that low end there. All right, let's see. Same thing there, just cleaning up a little bit. All right, then the synth gets super loud there. So we probably have to use a different EQ there, actually. So yeah, let's just automate that to come on only in that intro section there. And then when he goes loud, it's going to be different EQ here. Yeah, there's a bunch of low mids in the synthesizer here, which is probably going to mess with the rhythm guitars. Really don't need that kind of sound here. When it comes to mixing synthesizers and orchestra and all these things, I really like to listen for where in the sound is actually the information located. You know what I mean? So in this case, it's really not in the lower mids because there's nothing really interesting or informative going on here. It's really all about that mid-range and the upper mids here. That's where the actual sound is, right? That's really where most of the character is. That's where you can, even if you solo out just those frequencies, you can easily follow along with the melody. You can easily still get the vibe of the synthesizer. So yeah, I really try to enhance these kind of areas in a synth and let that kind of cut through and kind of get rid or just at least kind of decrease the stuff that we don't really need here. Let's put this in the mix here, see what this sounds like. Yeah, there's even a bunch of low mids still that we don't really need. Nah, I don't like that. Let's just keep it like that. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It just cuts through right in that mid-range, and it's not masking the guitars. It is still very kind of massive sounding, so I'm super happy with a quick EQ there, and it's already sounding great. We don't even have to do anything else to this particular synth. Then we go into this section where there's a stack of synths. We got a bass thing, even lower bass, and what is this? Okay, these are C+6. Let's see, let's just bring them in, see what happens. Okay, this is already a bass synth that is kind of following the bass guitar, which is very cool. Let's see what it needs, though. It doesn't need this. It doesn't need that 500 hertz kind of honkiness. Other than that, I'm just cool to keep it like that, because it's really just beefing up the low end again in the sides a bit, which is very sick. So let's keep it for now, and then let's see what this one is all about. Yeah, this is obviously a little bit higher in the frequency range, so we don't need this this low end. Because again, the interesting sound is actually here, right? That's where everything is happening. So yeah, boost that up and you're just gonna have it cut through. You're gonna get a lot of definition. You don't even have to have it loud in the mix, because it's more of like an ambient part. Maybe even have a bit of reverb on there. Let's just see what happens. When it comes to synths, it's always just like, just experimenting, see whatever sounds cool. Drown it in reverb. If it's cool, cool. If it sucks, just don't do it again, right? But just get a little bit more ambient-y. There's obviously going to be vocals later on as well. So I don't want to like fill up the entire mid-range just yet, but for now I'm totally cool to keep it kind of like that. And then with these like big stabs here. Okay, I can probably just keep them as is and just lower them a bit. Actually, I want them, oops, a little bit brighter. The stabs, that is. A little brighter. Yeah, I kind of want them to be a bit more upfront. Not that loud. Yeah, I can even lower them a lot here. Cool, that sounds pretty good. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. Let's see, Anders is here. Good to see you, good to see you. Mickey Crease, what is that mid EQ you are boosting? I've got no idea. That's 2 minutes ago, so it could be anything. No idea. Alright, let's see. No, the synth layers, love it. Yeah, dude. Josh, did you produce those synths though, or did somebody else do that? Yeah, I can imagine it's weird to see somebody else mixing your music. That is not Jordan, and it's not Buster. Yeah, I love it. Undressing my creative mind. Yeah, I totally get it. Totally get it. I think we can all agree that the creative mind that you've got there is pretty good, man. Because these synths, they're doing a great job of kind of filling up the ambience here. They're not overstepping the guitars or the vocals that we're gonna add later. They're just there to really kind of give a vibe, man. So I love them. I love them. All right, let's check out this third synth here. Yeah, I want to make this one brighter, that's for sure. Bit of presence. And take out low end, because again, we really don't need that. And this one is too dry sounding for me as well, so I'll just copy the reverb over. Still, these stabs, even at they're at -19, they just feel too loud. Yeah, just I don't know. I don't know why they keep loud. Let's just keep them as is for now. If we're gonna be annoyed by them later, we can always change them. But the artist Anima, awesome. Oh, you did. Josh actually did produce this alongside Ian Zeb. Oh man, I'm gonna butcher these names. Zeberek. I don't know how to pronounce that. Inspiration by the artist Anima. Again, I'm butchering these names. Apologies for that. Yeah, love it. Yeah, man, a lot of fans here for the synths here. So yeah, keep it up, man. Super stoked with this. Let's check out what this big one is doing here. Probably have it a bit lower in the mix then. That's cool. Let's move over here because this is obviously the biggest part. We got 5 layers going on. Let's see what's happening. Is this the break? Oh, this is the chorus part. All right, cool. Let's see what we got. We got that one, a massive one, and that one. So I'm probably going to lower this one a little bit in volume here. Just keep that as like a background thing. Just need to take out a bit of low end from this one. I don't think we need to enhance a ton here. And then this is kind of lo-fi-ish sounding, which I really want to either keep that or exaggerate that even a bit more. Kind of distorting, but that's fine. Probably doesn't have to be that loud, so let's just bring in this one first. We even got vocals here, so they are vocoders here. They're not even synths. Computer's giving out on all these plugins here. Okay, let's kind of lower them a little bit. Kind of keep them like that for now, and then later on with the vocals. Again, we just need more context, right, before we can make final decisions. We need more context, like where the vocals going to sit, how loud are they going to be, how loud are the synths therefore going to be after that. But for now, let's keep this as a starting point. Then we got more. Let's see what this is. This is the big break in the middle of the song, so again, cutting out some low end here. Okay, in that section, I actually want this one to come up, so I'll probably just gain this up a bit. Sick. Okay, cool. Let's see. That's the same as the intro here. I want an additional EQ here. That is not going to be there in the intro, but only in these 2 sections probably. Yeah, I was going to say it's probably around 100, which I was right about. Really don't want that kind of woolly, kind of boomy kind of low end here. I just want that sub low end, and then the rest is gonna come from these other guys up here. Okay, that's kind of a vibe, but now the pumping is very cool, you know, the kind of sidechain pumping. But to me, I would say it's a little bit too much. So I'm gonna try and put a little bit of reverb on some of the most pumpy ones to kind of even that out just a little bit. Yeah, I love that. That kind of smooths it out a bit, but it's not compression, it's cleaner than that. Okay, cool. Let's hear that again. I can live with that. That's really cool. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, then it gets a little harsh. Bringing that volume back a little bit there. Okay, we've got the vocoder here. Has a little bit harshness in it. Kind of like it when the vocoder kind of matches the lo-fi vibe a bit more. Let's try that. I kind of dig that because it's still taking up enough attention, but it's not like a lead part or anything. This is very cool. 7 days in my... That's going to be very cool with this lead vocalist. So I'm probably going to keep this one muted until we have the vocals in. Because yeah, right now I have no idea what to do with it yet, right? Because we need more context for sure before we can actually decide on what's going to happen there. Okay, now just some quick levels. And I'm gonna catch up on the chat in a quick second as well. Probably have a bit more of this one actually. Let's make it less bright. No, this one actually does make it a bit messy, right? When I crank it up here, it just gets very busy, right? And I really want the focus to be on this little melody here. So I have to get this one out of the way there. Yeah, and that's kind of the same melody as the one that I want to emphasize here, so. Alright, that's sounding good so far. Let's catch up on the chat real quick. Let's see. Let's see, Synth layers, awesome, great work, awesome man. Good to see that you guys are digging this. Yeah, the synths are adding so much just weight, but also just like sense of like 3D and ambience to the song. It's crazy because everything else is pretty much dry, right? It's just that the drums have a healthy amount of room mics in there for sure, which is giving those a sense of ambience. But the guitar is obviously bone dry, bass is dry, right? So the synths are really the I guess the biggest ambient parts, I guess, in this one. So very cool. Awesome. Yeah, Omnisphere has been used. Love it. Let's see. Have you ever used the brown knob on the low band of the SSL channel? I recently had the switch and I really like the brown low end on bass. You click on EQ to have the switch. No, I've never used that, man. I have no idea. I didn't even know that was in there. So, no, when I'm happy with a tool, I'm not going to swap it out or something, you know. It's just like low end, done. That's it. So yeah, I've never tried it for sure. All right, let's see. Chris Braden, thank you so much for the compliments, man. Means a whole lot for sure. Iceman is going totally cool. Awesome, Aaron. This is really inspiring me to write a synth-based song. Yeah, I mean, can't blame you. Absolutely. Love it. All right, guys. Let me know if you guys got any questions or if I'm doing an okay job kind of explaining as we go here. Hopefully, which is totally cool. But with that in mind, we're pretty much just an hour in. And we're already kind of at the place that I was hoping to be, which is obviously a great problem to have. So what we can do is probably just continue with some starting point vocals. Yeah, I think that's probably what we're going to do. We're probably going to bring in some vocals. I'm definitely going to level out the synths here a bit more. Make sure that this section also is kind of leveled. And this middle section here as well. Then after that, we're just probably going to drop in some vocals here. And then, only then, we finally have all the context that we need to really start making kind of like more final decisions about the volume balance. And we're going to do a crap ton of automation on drums and whatnot as well. So yeah, I think that's going to be the plan for today, which is, again, going faster and smoother than I was expecting, which is, again, great problem to have. Let's see what's happening here when it comes to synth. That's great, no changes. Got the stabs here again. They're very low now, so let's bring them up a bit. Then this one is a little too overpowering for some reason. Or it's probably the combination between these two, because the first time that this synth part comes around, it's only just this one. But then the second time it's complemented by this one. So probably can bring this one down a fair bit. Yeah, because otherwise the low mids are really getting kind of muffled, kind of blurry. Yeah, but I actually do like the kind of sense of ambience that it brings. And kind of that droney kind of vibe, right? So I'll probably just automate an EQ here. And make it so that it's just giving us that. But not the messy low end. That's better. I do like that. Okay, and then the finale here. We got a couple more things going on, I think. This one is lower than the previous one, so let's bring it to the same volume just by eye. That's better. That's still cool. I need to lower the volume of this one, so I'll just copy the automation over. Yeah, just lowered this sub bass a little bit, because I just remember we just made our own sub basses here, right? So we have those, and we have this one. This might be a bit overkill, maybe. Let's actually check on headphones real quick whether that is too much. It is getting there for sure. Like, it's too much sub low end and not enough power low end, like 100 hertz or something. We can lower this one a little bit. And boost more low mids on the techno, the techno bass. really like this. Okay, sick. Yeah, I can live with that. Let's keep it like that for now. Cool. Okay, so it's sounding okay now. Again, with the context that we have now, I think this is as far as we can push the instrumental volume balance. So now it's time to bring in some vocals here. No, actually, this is the point where I bring in my mix bus compression. So let's just dial, and any mix bus processing that I have going on here. So for mix bus compressor, I've also been using this the Proceed 2, and it's the Hard Rock Punch Glue preset. I've been using it for many years, and I just really like how it's literally just doing what the title is suggesting. It's just giving us glue here. Very, very on the subtle side, but what I want you guys to listen for when we A/B this is that when the compressor is bypassed, it basically sounds like a bunch of separate instruments that kind of happen to be in the same place, coincidentally, but then when we engage it, it kind of feels like it kind of nails everything in like the same space. I hope that makes any sense, but try to listen for that. I hope that that can kind of help you visualize what it sounds like. Yeah, just a little bit more working together, I guess. So that's for that. Really love this Mag EQ. I'm probably still not pronouncing that correctly, but I gave up trying. So it's just Mag for me now. I love that 20K high shelf here. Usually just try to push that as far as my ears will kind of let me. Say that's pretty much the sweet spot in this case, because we've already been boosting a crap ton of top end on individual tracks, and this is usually just a subtle kind of finisher upper, you know what I mean? Just like there's all the top end that you need, boom, done, that's it. That's one thing. The other thing here is another step of multiband compression that I really like, and I'm going to use headphones for again. It is compressing the sub low end and the low mids on the instrumental bus a little bit separately. Let's see here. So I'm just listening to the sub band in solo here. So as you can see, it's mostly reacting to the kick drum, which is exactly what I kind of want. I want that kick drum to stay... what is the word? Consistent there. So anytime the kick drum hits, I want that yellow line to go back to 0 so that it's not adding or taking away any low end from the kick. But then in between all the kick hits, it's bringing the low end up, which is something that I really like here. So. And it just really solidifies that low end. Maybe we don't even have to do that much. It is very subtle, but I just like what that's doing. And then another compressor here on this this equally crucial low mid band, I guess. So when I engage and bypass this, it's not really changing the amount of low end. It's just kind of keeping it under control and bringing it up in different parts of the song, right? Like in between kick drum hits. Really like what that's doing. And then lastly, I do have an EQ here just in case I want to change a little bit something. this case, I think there's a little bit too much. 35. I don't want to keep that in check subtly here, but that's pretty much all. I don't really do any big moves here. Just go to the individual tracks. But yeah, I just like having that EQ just sitting there, just in case, right? Just in case I want to do a small adjustment like that. That's it. That's it. All right, cool. Let's see. Looks like Chris is going out. That's totally cool, man. Love that you were hanging out there. All right, let's see. Catching up. Chat is booming. I love that. I love that you guys are really engaged here. Super sick. Yeah, you do need Pro MB, dude. Absolutely. You can totally do the exact same with low control, actually. But then it's just one band, which I will be happy to rock. Because as you can see, the settings are pretty much the same. And they're doing exactly pretty much the same. And they're reacting to pretty much the same sound as well. Like both of them are pretty much reacting to the kick mostly. And then bringing up everything in between the kicks. So if you do have low control, probably so, we'll be happy to use that as well. Yeah, any multiband comp will be just fine. No stress. Cool. All right, let's go over to vocals then. Let's unmute vocals. I'll mute the screams. No, I'll probably start with screams. So I'll mute everything that is not a scream. And I'll mute the backing screams as well. I'll just start with the lead scream here. Looks like it's compressed on the way in, which is very convenient. But I don't care. Gonna compress it more. Little bit, not too much. But I just like that extra little bit control before I EQ it. So the go-to distressor settings here. Don't have to do a ton here. Gives us a bit more volume as well, which is convenient. I'll just max out the 8K high shelf to start with. And then I'll do whatever I need to do to compensate for the extra brightness by bringing up presence and mid-range. Pretty much like that. That's a start. Then I go for escalator. And lower the volume a bit. I like how this is simultaneously kind of giving it a little edge, but it's also cleaning up the upper mids the more I crank it up, like. It's just cleaning it up, weirdly enough, but kind of aggressive there, which I really like. And then CLA 76. Bluey, here we go. Alright, that's good. And then de-essing. That's pretty much the vocal chain gonna be. Here we go. Alrighty. That's it for vocals. Done. We'll copy it over and we're pretty much done there. At least for lead vocals. And of course we need some effects. I'm gonna go with the stereo delay thing first. If you're in the PPS or if you have seen any Academy lessons and any walkthroughs by Jordan, you've seen him use this stereo delay. It is also the Pocket Delay plugin, which I don't think I have that one installed, so I'm just using the stock delay here with 180 milliseconds delay on the left channel, 220 milliseconds on the right. There's no filtering. Actually, I can do a little bit of filtering. And it's just one repetition, so there's no like feedback. It's just one repetition, that's it. And it's just there to kind of give a little bit of sense of ambience, even though it sounds very weird when we just play it like this. That's basically what it is, but then of course we're gonna do that more subtly. That's it. Minus 20 is where I usually end up on the send there. That's pretty much it for that. And then what I really like is my my own self-made del verb preset thingy chain, whatever the right name for it is. Where is the send? Del verb. Maybe it's on page 2 here. Here we go. Del verb, which is basically another delay here. It's another, I guess, effects send return here, by the way, where these effects are located. And so it's a stock delay with 500 milliseconds on the left channel, 250 milliseconds on the right channel. Little bit of delay, but it's barely audible. But that gets hard sent into a reverb plugin with the mix almost fully out. So it's basically a delayed signal, which is then drowned in reverb. Followed by taking out a bit of mid-range and a bit of what is it, 7.5K. And this is what that sounds like. I just really love how it's kind of, you know, because there's a delay first, and then it's throwing it into a reverb. It is still kind of the same effect as that you want reverb to do, but it's not gonna mask your vocal by a lot, simply because the reverb signal is coming so much later, right? So. I don't listen, bitch, I saw it, course. That's basically what it sounds like. I don't listen, bitch, I saw it, course, your mind. And usually I keep it around 0, because the reverbs, ambience, room sounds, all these things are pretty much the first to disappear when we throw something in the mix here. So let me just lower the vocals here. Yeah, we don't need that much reverb for sure, so let's just dry it up a bit. Okay, and we can probably bring back this boost a little bit. Okay, and I want another boost probably here in the mids. So, no, I'm going to do another EQ, but then I'll do that on this lead vocal bus. Because I'm missing a bit of body. I like the aggressiveness in the top end, so I don't want to get rid of more top end. But I do feel like we kind of missed that kind of chest voice a little bit, right? So we kind of have to force that back into there. Not looking at the numbers here, just looking at like broadband mid-range here. And then we can have a little bit less effects. I like this vocal to be a little dry, because again, it's fast drums, fast vocals. We don't need to drown this in reverb, because that's going to kind of cloud it up. Alright, let's copy that over to the second channel. That should be okay. And we're gonna copy this exact chain over to the backing vocals as well, and then just tweak it from there. Ah, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we go. Because I think these are just stereo backing vocals here on this channel. Now, the main difference between mixing lead vocals and backing vocals is that for lead vocals, I want them as upfront and in your face as they can be. So that means I'm boosting a ton of top end, right? Because of the reasons that that we discussed Monday, right? So a lot of top end means sound source is close. A dark sound means it's far away. And so I'm going to use that again over here to kind of get the lead vocal as in my face as possible and push the backing vocals a little bit further back by being less aggressive with top end boosting here. Yeah, and I'm going to be even less aggressive with reverb here. So a little darker. Probably gonna automate the volume and the level of this backing vocal throughout. Actually, I'm looking at it and it looks like it's not that compressed on the way in, so we have to do more distressing. Yeah. That's better. Looking for a little bit of stereo width to the vocals, but I don't want them to fully take over. But again, we'll probably just, actually I want them to be a little louder, so we'll just increase the output. And then we'll just automate them throughout the song. I still hear too much reverb and delay on these vocals here. Definitely want these drier. Alright, let's see, let's just raise the output of the distressor a bit as well. Oh, that's why. It's muted still. See? I'm an idiot, guys. You see this? This bus is still muted, so that's why I'm only listening to the reverb signal right now. I'm not even listening to the backing vocals, so now it's going to be insanely loud, of course. Alright, let's lower them a bit. That was a quick mix here. Here we go. There we go. Now we got vocals, and like I said, they're way too loud, so we can bring down these outputs again. This one as well. See, you can fool yourself so easily, right? Alright, now we finally get some vocals here. And now I want more reverb, obviously. There we go. So now we finally have some vocals. Copy over these plugins here. And then we're just going to play around with the levels, see where we kind of want them to end up throughout the song here. So let's see. I like this higher one here. I want those more distorted. Yeah, just kind of over the top. I like that. And then I want to make room for those by lowering these lower ones a bit there. Okay, I don't want this to be super loud here. Nor there, actually. I'm hoping these are high vocals again. Yep. Actually, another different thing I do when it comes to backing vocals is more de-essing. Here's a great example. We have a little sentence here that is doubled with these low vocals. And especially that S at the end there has now became like a massive kind of stereo S, super harsh there. So I definitely want to do more de-essing on these stereo vox here. Just lower the threshold. Copy that over. And now the S is really just coming from the one lead vocal in the center there. Much more comfortable to listen to. Alright, let's catch up on the chat real quick. Is the vocal stuff making sense so far? Besides the muted bus there, that was obviously on purpose, you know. That was not a mistake. Hey, Gadon is here. Awesome. Good to see you, Gadon. Yeah, I'll just start by maxing out the 8K shelf, yeah. Yep, aggressive and simple, for sure. That's really the whole mindset of the vocal mixing again. Just aggressive and simple. It's the same chain on like, I don't know, dozens and dozens of songs already. So let's see, delays before we, but only a little bit. Yep. We've all been there. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for understanding. Celia, you can really fool your ears sometimes, like, what's happening? Alright, let's copy the plugins over to this this third track. Let's see what's happening. These are low. I kind of want them lower. So I'll add an aux track. I'll show you guys a cool trick here that I usually do in these like super, or usually, I sometimes do this on these super low low vocals. So I'm just creating a new synth, which we're gonna call Zombie or Monster, whatever. I'm just gonna put a pitch shifter on there, and I'm gonna lower it by a couple semi-notes or something. Usually 5 or 7. Get you massive zombie vocals. You can even distort those a little extra if you want to. Yeah, go all out with that. That's totally cool. And then you just gently is the key word there. Blend these in. That's pretty much what I want to do there. Already a bit much, right? So we're just gonna lower that a bit. Yeah, I don't want those to take over, and I don't want those to take up a ton of attention there, but just I want them to be there to kind of fill out the low mids a bit. I really like these high vocals here, so I'm just gonna lean heavily on those. All stereo vocals need to come down just a bit, because what I really like is that you can kind of feel that there's something happening and that there's more than one vocalist, but you can't really put your finger on it. That to me is sweet spot material, but right now when I just hit play I could easily add as stereo vocals. You know what, the only ones I do want to come up is those higher ones. Yeah, very sick. I love that. You can still kind of feel that lower layer, right? Kind of disgusting, which is good. Alright, and of course we have to do this for the entire vocal arrangement, but first I'm gonna bring in the clean vocals. Oh, I don't even need to be here. And I'm gonna copy the exact same chain as the lead vocals for Screams, just to kind of get started with. And then we'll tweak from there, because I know the plugins are the same and the settings are pretty much the same, sometimes just different amounts, you know. So we'll just bypass and just get the distressor going, because this looks less compressed on the way in, so I'll just compress these a bit more with the distressor. 7 days in my even more. 7 days in my bed. Alright, that sounds good compression wise. And then let's bring on all the rest here. Wake me up. Can't feel my body. Maybe a little less escalated, but other than that, we can literally use the exact same chain here. Wake me up. I love it when people like to things make like to make things more complicated than they need to be, right? When they're like, oh, this is like such clean vocals. There's no way you can use the exact same chain as you did on these heavy screams there. You just copy it over. It's like, wow. Sounds great. It's always the exact same chain on pretty much all the vocals that I'm mixing here. It's just distressor, maxed out 8K there, escalator, CLA 76, and a bunch of de-essing, and then some effects. That's it. We can probably have more reverb on this one though. Wake me up. Can't feel my body from the deep. I can't. Yeah, but maybe, let's see, the left channel feels a little bit too loud or something. I don't know why, but it's wake me up. It's kind of pulling it to the left. Oh, there we go. The synth is panned out to the left. That makes a lot of sense. Wake me up. Yeah, now it's more centered. That's good. Wake me up. Can't feel my body from the deep. I can't shake it off. I'm paralyzed. Wake me from this sleep. Okay, for now that's okay to rock with that. We do have to automate the drums big time, of course, because now we know, right? Now we have vocals in, and now we're kind of like, the snare suddenly became super annoying, so that gives us clues as to what we have to automate later on. All right, let's see. When can we expect Hello's vocals? Yeah, we're working on it. Yep. Yeah, there's probably going to be this chain, right, in a plugin, hopefully. And then we'll just be able to use that in one plugin. How sick would that be? Wake me up. Oh, sick. So they got some very cool doubles here. which sounds like pretty much the same trick that we just did on that zombie vocal there.
Wake me.
So I'll literally copy the processing over, see what we're gonna end up with, see what we need to do there.
Wake.
Actually, there's one more thing I want to do here, which is a plugin that I recently got from, what was it? Is this the same guys as Ozone or something? I don't even remember. It's the vocal doubler.
Wake me.
Let me first lower the volume a bit.
Wake me up. Can't feel
Super
my
weird, phasey sounding kind of doubler plugin, which I kind of dig on some of these mono backings so that you kind of give them a little bit of spread, you know.
Wake me up. Can't feel my body from the deep. I can't shake it off. I'm paralyzed. Wake me from this sleep.
Okay, I know that we maxed out the 8K on the vocal already, right? That's what we started with. But then I often like to use just a touch of like that 20K kind of Mag EQ, even more top end.
Wake me up. Can't feel my body from the deep. I can't shake it off.
Maybe on the screams as well. Let's see. Yes, let's just do it. Screams need less, probably. I love what that weird effect thing is doing here.
Wake me up.
But it is giving me just a little bit too much low end, so let's just get rid of a bit of that.
Wake me up. Can't feel my body from the deep. I can't shake it off.
That is very cool. Alright, let's check out this section then.
Stuck beneath.
It's higher vocals. I'll just copy the exact same chain over. Probably gonna be just fine.
Stuck. A heavy smoke cast by the deep.
Oh, of course it's fine. Okay, then the doubles here.
Stuck beneath.
Probably gonna, again, just copy over the double vocal plugin chain. Escalator. CLA. De-essing, so the heavier de-essing as well. And the del verb.
Stuck beneath.
Okay, and what I'm also gonna do is get rid of this breathing sound beforehand.
Stuck beneath.
For the same reason as I just was getting, for the same reason as why I'm doing more de-essing, right? I don't like breathing sounds in the stereo vocals or like loud S and T sounds. So I'll just get rid of a bit of those. There's more breathing here in the screams, actually.
Stuck beneath. Stuck beneath. A heavy smoke cast by the deep.
A little bit less escalator on these stereo vocals.
A heavy smoke cast by the deities. Cannot breathe under these conditions for us to stay.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see how much of that we need.
Stuck beneath. A heavy smoke cast by the deities. Cannot breathe.
I don't need a lot of this.
Stuck beneath.
Only one vocal here.
Deities.
Oopsie, computer running out again here.
Breathe. Breathe.
Okay.
Breathe. Under these conditions for us to stay.
Okay, and then of course we have to do a lot of leveling here as well. When it comes to the vocals, because then I really like the balance here between the clean vocal and the screams in this section.
Stuck beneath.
Maybe a little bit less of the scream.
Stuck beneath.
maybe a bit more of the stereo vocals here.
Stuck beneath
That's kind of cool.
a heavy smoke cast by the deities. Cannot breathe under these conditions for us to stay.
Yeah, and then when the scream vocals come in, it just sounds a little bit too much or something. I don't know. I immediately know why, because it's just a lot. Yeah, these stereo voxes need to come down a bit here. What about these? These are high again, so I want to raise those. I just love his high screams. Okay, we got more vocals here. Let's see what's happening.
7 days.
We got a harmony.
7 days.
Literally gonna copy over the chain, of course. Vocal doubler. No, we don't need the doubler actually.
7.
See, again, these breathing sounds are really distracting, so let's get rid of that. We'll just start at 7 days.
7 days. 7 days.
Yeah, a little bit of S sound, that's totally cool.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath.
Since they're so high, we don't need a ton of them, and they're still gonna cut through here.
7 days in my bed.
There's even more here.
7 days.
Okay, the raspier, so let's just copy the chain, but actually have more escalator on this to kind of get more raspy out of this.
7 days.
More like that. That was very loud though, apologies.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
And in this second part, I really want more of that higher harmony.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
And we can probably have a bunch more reverb on these.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
Very cool so far. Let's see. Now the other thing I noticed here is that we can also bring in this vocoder finally.
7 days in my
And we probably now have context around what we actually need to do with it.
7 days in my bed.
We need to compress it so it's more consistent.
7 days in my bed.
And I want reverb on that thing.
7 days in my bed.
That sounds very sick.
7 days in my bed.
And I want to kind of emphasize it.
7 days in my.
But there's also some harsh frequencies there.
7 days.
That one.
7 days.
De-essing. We need de-essing.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground. 7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
I kind of want more of that vocoder thing simply because it's so cool.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the.
But I don't want that vocoder to kind of mess up the lower mids in the other vocals here.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet.
More 1K then.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
Yeah, that's kind of sick. I do like that. I think that's a great place to kind of end it for today as well. Because we got a lot done more than I was anticipating. We got most of the vocals in. We got a bunch of vocal effects still that we have to do, and then of course we do have to do a lot of automation afterwards as well, especially on drums. We're gonna bring in some like impact samples as well next time. Like this stuff we still need to bring in, but I'm thinking that's probably gonna be a great session for Friday. Because right now, what we have is all the kind of context that we need around the levels, that we need around how loud the production elements are going to be in the mix, right? Because we got pretty much every single fader up, which is again that context, right? That we just need. Without further ado, without any more talking, let's just check out the mix, see where we're at. Let's see what it sounds like. Oh, that sounds terrible, right? No, I'm kidding. Just a quick audio check. Is this is the audio working for you guys? Pro Tools audio. Just drop a quick like or something or a heart to let me know that the audio is working, and then we're gonna get really rolling here. So just wait a second for you guys to let me know that the audio is actually working. I know there's always like a long delay on these streams, right? Which is kind of annoying. But if audio is good, then we should be able to roll here. Audio is good, thanks guys. All right. All right, the first thing that comes to my mind right now is basically the guitars. They sound a little bit muffled, as if there's kind of like a blanket over them, so I'm just gonna try and crank up a little bit more mid-range on them. Those screams are way too loud as well, so we have to deal with that too. I'm probably gonna go with a different EQ here. Not like a different, but like an additional EQ, I guess. I really like to do super wide bell boosts versus like a narrow one like this. That always sounds terrible, especially on guitars. Yeah, definitely I really enjoy this little extra bit of presence. So 3.5K, couple dB there. So yeah, it's not a ton, but it definitely opens the mix up even a bit more. Alright, we definitely have to level these vocals a bit more. We can probably have the clean vocal here be kind of the lead, and then the center scream can go down in volume here. And then we have some stereo screams here, which I would like to use a bit more. So we basically have clean and so clean down the center, down the middle, and then the screams kind of left and right here. And then we have more singing here. Yeah, probably lower those a little bit, because I want the screams to be a bit more prominent there, maybe. Oopsie. Alright, that's sounding okay. Let's see about here. I like that too. I want these harmonies to come up a little bit. Okay, that's better. I like that more. We got the vocoder there too, which is cool. Screams there are great. Okay, since we go into a big breakdown here, we can totally have more of these stereo screams here. Not afraid to get those pretty loud and actually sacrifice a little bit of the lead scream, like down the center, in order to get those wide screams to really come up and just be as wide as possible, you know? We got high screams here, probably. Yes, sir. So I'm gonna bring these up. Okay, so then we have like vocals cutting out, and then we have a bunch of silence here, at least vocal wise. So let's see what we can do there to kind of make that section a bit more interesting. We can probably have this synth come up in both volume and in like mid-range, so that it kind of takes up a little bit more space in that silence between the vocals here. Again, white bell boost, and I'm only gonna let this happen in this section here, because I know the synth is playing there and a bunch of other times, but I just want it to be a bit more prominent here. Probably same thing over here, because I'm thinking this is like a same section. Yes, so I'll do that over there as well. Yeah, it just takes up a little bit more space in the mix now, which is totally cool. Alright, cool. Andrea, awesome, man. Big welcome, dude, to the community. I love that. So you're gonna receive the drum samples afterwards, the before and after mix. So stoked, man. Big welcome. Alright, over here we got like 5 screams, which gets a little loud. So let's lower those a little bit. So it's still big sounding, right? But it's not overpowering. Actually have those a little louder still. Alright, what about over here? That's totally cool too. We got more stuff here. We got vocal effects, which we haven't touched yet. So let's bring these in a second as well. But first, I kind of want to finish automation for these vocals here. Make sure that the vocal balance kind of works everywhere throughout the song. Okay, so let's see. I want that one to go down a bit. That is cool though, if this second half is a little louder, and then over here, those lower ones can go down a bit. Yeah, we got the zombie effect on there as well, which is very cool, but it's also kind of a bit too much here. I'd say that is more than enough. Then of course we want this kind of accent to come up a little bit more. Except for the S's in this section here. I'm just literally gonna cut those off, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so we just have the S here from the center vocal, which is totally fine. Okay, bigger finale here, because we're going back into the clean chorus, I guess. So we can totally have a little bit of like an announcement, right? So it's like, the chorus is coming. This is the big finale, right? Before the chorus. So yeah, definitely gonna bring these high vocals up again there. Maybe even a bit more. Yeah, and then we go right into the chorus here. Don't show this again. Alright, I want that little accent to come up there, because that's like right in the little silence, in the little stop there. Okay, and oh, now we got an extra lead vocal there. So that's why the vocals get super loud. Let's see what's different about it.
7 days in my bed.
So it's the octave above. Yeah, so we'll keep the low one as is, and we're just gonna get the higher octave. Just sit slightly behind it, you know. So
7 days in my bed.
I'm actually gonna move it a little bit back in terms of timing.
7 days in my bed.
All right, we got wind chime production. Good comment, ASDF, love it. Big welcome, man. Good to see you guys hanging out here. If you're just tuning in, big welcome. We're just trying to wrap up on vocal automation, and then we're gonna dive into vocal effects and other effects and drum automation, and all the good stuff is gonna happen today. That's really gonna transform this static mix in like a fully automated finished mix. That's the goal for today. So yeah, good to see you guys hanging out here. Let's see vocals here. Let's continue here.
7 days in my bed.
Actually going to sacrifice a little bit of that lower octave here in order to get more of the higher one in.
7 days in my bed.
I really dig that. And then for the stereo ones, let's see what we got. I can probably copy the volume levels that I have over here. And I can copy the fact that I deleted the breathing sound, I guess. And a little bit of S back. That's better, alrighty. And then volume wise, where are we at here? 14.5, 12.2.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time. Waking up is a choice they won't make, but I'm making a choice on my own.
Alright, very cool.
Waking up is a choice they won't make, but I'm making a choice on my own.
Alright, let's see.
7 days in my 7 days.
Yeah, so okay, the total volume of those two vocals combined is a little bit louder than I would like it to be.
7 days in my bed. Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first.
Awesome.
Waking up is a choice.
I'm pretty happy with that, and I think that's pretty much the last section in the song. Let's see what kind of vocal effects we got here. Alright, let's see where we can put that. Alright, they're cool, but they take up a little bit too much space. And they're not clear enough, so I'm boosting a bit of presence here. And I'm taking out some of that kind of honky sound here.
Gripping the ground beneath my.
They also kind of increase in volume, like near the end here, you can actually see that. And I kind of think at that point it gets a bit annoying, so I'm just going to compress them with the regular kind of vocal settings, I guess, here. They get really loud like that, so... Alright, let's hear that again in the full mix here.
Gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
Alright, I like them now. I like how they're not really up front. They're not really catching up any attention. They're not taking attention away from the lead vocal, which is the main part there. So that's totally cool. Let's see what this is. Alright, this is very cool, but similarly as this synth here, actually. Or was it the other one? Was it this one? Yeah, this one over here. I think the pumping sound is very cool, but maybe it's a little bit too aggressive in order to be kind of enjoyable or comfortable to listen to. So I'm gonna duplicate the reverb that I had on the other one to kind of smooth it out a little bit and see what that's doing on the vocal here. Yeah, I actually do enjoy that, so let's try to keep that. All right, computer is farting out, but that's totally fine sounding like that. I really enjoy that. You can have that sub low end go a little bit lower maybe. Yeah, that's more like it. Right, then we got this vocal synth over here. Oh yeah, that's the little accent, little sound, so let's bring that up a bit. Those are some good vibes, right? More of that. Okay, and then we go into the... Yes? Then to me, like in comparison to the section we just had, like the vibey section, then we go into the like full band again. It sounds a little too dry. So probably gonna increase the reverb on the scream vocal here, at least on that long one. Definitely. So that it, I don't know, like matches. Yeah, maybe just do all of it. So maybe just like that. Lower the volume a touch more, but even a bit more reverb. So now the transition between the super roomy, ambient-y part that we just had into the full band is not as like, I don't know, it's more smooth of a transition like that. Alright, let's see. Frodo saying, just catching up on the chat, guys. This production is awesome. Dude, I cannot agree any more with that. It's absolutely great, greatly produced. Aaron is here. What's up, dude? It is good to see you all. Alright, Josh is here. Heck yeah, dude. Josh, there's Josh. Josh is actually the man behind the production here. So all compliments to you, man. The chat is loving your production as well. So you can absolutely take that with you. Let's see. All right, sick. Yeah, we're wrapping up the mix today, dude. We're just doing all the automation, etc. All right, sick. Good to see you, Josh. Hey, good to see you hang out, man. Hopefully you catch the replay of the other ones, so that's good. Sick, love it. All right, good. Yeah, totally try to copy everything I'm doing here, man, because it's bound to give you the same results as well. So feel free to. Let's continue. Let's see what the transition here needs in order to really be next level here. We got a bunch more. We got this synth here. Yeah, I want that to take a step forward as well in this transition here. There's a weird kind of sound glitch thing happening there. We have to investigate. Let's see what's up with that. Seems to be like a crash here. Probably just gonna get rid of that. Because it's kind of weird. I'm cool to keep it like that. Probably have this big riser here, which we haven't brought into the mix just yet. Maybe have that take over a bit more here. Oh, we actually got more drums here as well. Let's actually do that first, because I think this is more part of the ambient part here. So let's see what we have. Okay, very cool. There's one thing I would like to change here. Guess what? More 90. Big surprise, right? And getting rid of a little bit of the boominess there as well. I think this is actually in the intro as well, yes. Okay, we could probably have that a bit lower in volume there. Okay, we can probably have this one not happening here. Yeah, okay. Let's see what else we got here. We got volume. Maybe a touch of reverb on that little intro thing as well, because to me it's a little too dry, too like too in your face, you know. It kind of gives it a little vibe, and I'm just going to automate that here. There we go. Matches the vibe a bit more. Now let's bring in the riser here. Definitely gonna add another riser to that, but we'll get to that. First I want to check out the kick and this drum loop or something as well. Okay, I'm happy with that kick. I don't think we need to change anything there. Okay, that's just rooms, so we're probably gonna compress the crap out of that. This is the wrong compressor. That's my favorite preset, Rock My Room, here we go. But not the analog stuff that Waves does. Okay, good compression. I wanna make it darker. So it sounds more distant. Take out even a bit more of that cymbal there, or whatever that is. Yeah, and give this a little touch of reverb as well. So that, again, it's even more roomy and even more ambient-y, but it's gonna be short. Kind of like that. Let's see what that's like. Not a big fan yet. Let's see. Kind of want it boomier, but also less cymbal, you know? So I just want more kick snare, but less cymbal. It's already more like it. All right, then we have this riser coming in here, which kind of starts a little abruptly. So let's fix that. Alright, and then we got a cool bass drop here. Let's see what it sounds like. Okay, it's just a cymbal and a drop. Obviously, we need escalator on that drop here. That's more like it. And a touch of reverb. I like to throw a little bit of reverb on bass drops sometimes, because it's well, check it out. It's just more like that. Distorting the crap out of this, but it's cool. Kind of gives a cool stereo spread to the bass drop here. So what do you guys say? Is that loud enough for the bass drop? I'm not sure yet. It's probably more like it. Let me just check that on the headphones. Yeah, that's good. It just adds sub, right? Which is great. But I want to add more to that. So yeah, maybe now is a good point to bring in some of my own samples as well. So I'm just creating 3 new tracks, which I'm going to route directly to the mix bus. Let me bring in some samples here. I've got a, what is it? A whoosh. And we've got a double crash. Oh, the whoosh is, yeah, that's the right one. And we got a swell. All right, and let's see what we're gonna do with that. I can probably drop these samples in the BSA community as well for you guys to use those, if you like them, of course. So after we put them in, let me know if you guys like these samples or if you're not gonna use them, right? In that case, I won't share them, but check it out. Let's see this swell here. I like that sound. It's just like, I guess, kind of white noise or something that just fades in. It just really builds a ton of anticipation here, which is really cool. And then we have this whoosh hit, which I guess I just found that on Google somewhere. I just Googled it, just like cinematic impact sample or something. And it sounds like this. Again, way over the top, but I really like that. The fact that it's not just low end, but there's also some sort of like a transient, like an explosive kind of attacky sound to it. And so I've been using this one a lot. To me, that's a bit more powerful than just the bass drop. So I'm happy to sacrifice a little bit of bass drop in order to get a little bit more of that attacky one out of there. Yeah, maybe not that much, but that's totally cool. And another thing I've been using is just this double crash sample here. It's insanely bright, but it just contributes more to that big explosion sound that we kind of need in a transition like this. Let's try that again. Yeah, maybe a little lower. But yeah, hopefully you guys hear the impact that those cymbals were having. Let's check this transition without those 3 samples that I just threw in here. And now with those 3 samples. It's just even bigger, right? It's a great transition already, and I would just push it to the absolute max with these little samples here. I'm gonna copy these over to other like important sections in the song, like the intro most likely, right over here. Yeah, same as with the swelling sample. I want that here as well. Yeah, it really just takes this transition to the next level here, so. Very cool. Alright, yeah, it's kind of extreme, but I kind of like that. Maybe you have a little bit less. Yeah, and if we're gonna combine this with volume automation on all the drum tracks, it's probably gonna be a good transition there. We got one more fader here with a swelling effect. Oh, that's a cool one. Let's see where it's happening. Yeah, that's great. Let's lower the volume a bit. Even a bit more. It's kind of loud. Therefore, it's kind of cool, but I don't want it this loud. Yeah, okay, and then the same thing over there, right? Just the same samples again. From that little pause there, I just want a massive explosion into that kind of breakdowny riff, so. It's kind of over the top, but that's really kind of the point here as well, so I like that. Probably the same thing here, but just way lower in volume here. Yeah, just a little extra, a little something. The crash is probably the main thing here. Again, repeat over here. But then even more subtle here. I'll be catching up on the chat in a second, because I'm seeing a lot of fire happening there, which is good. Yeah, so little details there, that's really cool. Let's see, one more over here. Yes, so right into the clean chorus here. Probably want to cut off that little fade in at the beginning of that whoosh hit there. Maybe we don't need that much. Okay, let's see. This case, I kind of want to lower that riser there. Okay, and then it's like a little pause here, but it's not really silent enough. So actually it's over here. Not sure if there's a lot we can do here. Maybe get rid of the synths. Not sure if that's doing anything, but I like it when a little pause there is an actual pause, right? Where it's just more silent, I guess. So yeah, just got rid of the synth there, and we probably need to keep that melody because it's like the key thing there. Yeah, I'm good to keep that. Maybe even increase the volume so that it's more pronounced there. That is kind of cool. Yeah, getting rid of the synth there is probably good. Little hickey there. That's totally cool too. Alright, that's cool. Let's catch up on the chat. Let's see what is happening. You guys are all the same, right? Bass drops are never loud enough. I mean, it's so hard to disagree with that. Alright, let's see. Alessandro, are you going to add a guitar synth? If not, could you show us what you have in your template? I think I saw Serum going into an amp sim. Yes, but that's not a templated thing. That was just a one-off thing. I'm not going to add any guitar synths here because the guitars really do not need it. That's usually just a thing where when the guitars are lacking some body or some like mid-range or some whatever, some low mids or something, that's when I kind of like to kind of augment them, I guess, with a synth. But in this case, there's absolutely no need. So, yeah, and I've touched on it on the PPS as well. I'm pretty sure there's a replay somewhere that you have access to where I show the presets. Because I think the guitar synths actually just expand the Expand plugin, which is a Pro Tools only plugin, actually. So, and if I remember correctly, you're not in Pro Tools, but... All right, let's see... Yeah, you guys say yes. Like the live Q&A goes, hard hit, yeah, Frode. No, actually, man, I moved on from the hard hit to the CT whoosh, and actually just got a text from Sean that it's made by Cinematic Tools. So if you want that sample, it's made by Cinematic Tools. You can purchase it from those guys, I think. So just go grab it if you want to. Yeah, like you're saying, bass drops can never be too loud. Good details going on. Yeah, love it. All right, cool. Yeah, you guys are on track here. Is there a preference to using clip gain on some moves? Just whatever comes to mind fastest. You know, it's like I have to go to the volume menu and then do this, or I just separate it and just use clip. I don't know, just whatever I feel like is fastest at that moment. If you got a compressor on that track, that's not gonna work, of course. Because then you're simply pushing it harder into the compressor, right? But in this case, there's no compression going on. It's just the vocal synth here. So yeah, just gain it up. What's fastest? That's basically it. There's no science behind it, no thought process at all. Let's see. Where are we at? We got a bunch of samples going on. There's one more transition here. I want that swell sample there. Oh, that's sick. I'm probably going to duplicate that, actually. And reverse it. And then kind of paste it together, like so. So that you kind of get a cool whooshing thing. Not sure if it's necessary, but it's kind of cool. Yeah, I kind of dig it. I kind of like that. Just kind of announces the lo-fi, the vibey section a bit more, which is kind of cool. Okay, I'm not sure about this one. Yeah, that's more like it. Slower volume is totally cool. Still on the fence about those rooms here, the drums there. Maybe they're too dark, actually. But they're also too rich in attack still. So let's get rid of that. What's up, James? James is here as well. It's good to see a lot of PPS guys here. Just dialing back on the attack here. Immediately took that too far. That's more like it. So yeah, it's kind of like a sweet spot of like how much attack do you have. I'm gonna keep them low because I'm not a massive fan of these. Probably want to have the listener kind of focus more on the synth stuff anyway. These two. These are the main point, if you ask me. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's better. I like that a lot more. Then we have the big transition there. Okay, there's one other little thing I want to add here, which I was missing. I'm not sure yet if it's gonna work, but I just want to give it a shot here real quick. My infamous snare bomb on that very first snare hit. So we got like... yeah, that one. I kind of want to drop that snare bomb here, which sounds like this. It's just a massive bomb there. Yeah, I do like it. Okay. Yeah, and then copy it over here, but just way less aggressive, because otherwise it's going to be like super wet, and then the next snare is going to be super dry, which makes a very weird kind of big contrast in such a short amount of time, which is kind of weird, right? So that's better. It's more like a natural kind of transition now. Maybe a bit more here. Yeah, that to me feels more organic. Which is funny, actually. I'm not even using the snare reverb at all here, and I'm probably not gonna, so let's just get rid of it. It's just all room sample and these two little bombs here. Alright, then we got another transition with the big riser. Let's drop these bombs here. Way too much, so let's lower them a bit. Yeah, so it's still kind of... you don't want those things to really take up a ton of attention. And to be like clearly audible, like they're super obviously like that's a sample. But you really just kind of want that transitional moment to be just a little bit more interesting or more impactful or... There's another one over here, it seems. Okay, we don't need it there. That's totally cool. What's happening here? We got a bass drop here. I'm not sure if we actually need that over there. Nah, this one doesn't work either, so... let's see what we have here. Okay, into the chorus. I do like it, but it's with a slight delay here. A little pause again, so... that's cool. I do like that. Maybe we need to swell, maybe we don't. On the fence, what do you guys think? I'm not sure. I don't like the swell there, so let's get rid of it. I do like it over there though, so let's just move it instead of delete it. Boom, here we go. Let's see, catch up on the chat really quick. James, yeah, you're late, man. Yeah, I'm actually, I'm on the fence if I'm gonna let you be on this call or not. No, I'm totally joking. Me and James, I'm always roasting James in the Q&A calls and whatnot, so it's totally cool. Let's see. Cyber Gym, love it. Cool. How did you make the snare? Bomb. I don't even remember, dude. I've been using it so long. I don't even know where I kind of got it. I have no idea. James, do you have a go-to sample folder, or are you using any pre-provided ones here? Well, I've just gathered a couple like over the years, I guess, and I just keep those in a folder on my computer, and I just drop these in. It's usually those three here. Sometimes the hard hit one that Frode mentioned before as well. I can probably show you that as well really quick. It's just another one that just sounds like this, which is kind of different from this one. I don't know, I just go back and forth between hard hit and the whoosh hit nowadays, but it's whoosh hit most of the time. It's just phases, you know. But yeah, I just keep those in a folder on my computer, man, and just drop these in pretty much any mix that I do, and just go through the entire song, see where I like to bring things up a bit in terms of the transitions, that kind of stuff. Let's see, how much is there a possibility to use copy from one song? Like, Kimo, do you mean like when you're mixing a full album or like a full record, or like an EP, something like that? And you mean like how much of the settings you can kind of copy over to the rest of the songs? Is that what you're asking? Let me know. Yeah. James, yeah, is watching this while getting the forehead tattoo. Yeah, James was gonna get a forehead tattoo of something I said or something, and he didn't, so I'm obviously very angry with him. Yeah, he's miking up a lawnmower at the moment. Love it. All right, let's see. Yes, EP. Okay, Kimmel, yes. So what I do, man, I just have the rest of the songs right here, right in the same session here. Like all the drums for the next song is here, and then here, and then here. So that way you kind of have the same sound throughout the entire EP. But of course, all the automation that we've already been doing, so like all the vocal levels, you can't copy anything when it comes to that. You have to do all the little like boring work uniquely to each song. And to me, that's actually, I call it the boring work because I know that a lot of people see automation and things like that as like the boring work. To me, it's actually nowadays, it used to be the boring work to me as well. Nowadays, it is actually the most exciting part of the mix because, dude, EQing a snare and EQing your guitars, that at some point you should really reach that level where that stuff becomes like the boring work. It's like, okay, dial in the frequencies and the dynamics real quick and the tones and whatnot. Cool. Now we can actually mix, right? And we can actually play around with the attention of the listener, and we can play around with, you know, the stuff that we just been doing with the transitions and the energy that you go from one section to the next section in the song. Like, how are you gonna grab the interest of the listener with those transitions, right? And with these samples that we've been doing and all the different vocal levels, and we're gonna do even more with that when it comes to drums automation, you can really kind of create a unique kind of energy flow throughout the song, right? Where the intro is just a little bit smaller sounding, and then the chorus you go all out with all the levels, and that's really the work that you have to do on like full length records and whatnot. But yeah, other than that, man, I just have the rest of the record right there in the same session, and I really like working that way. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question a bit, man. Let's see, James, I'd love to send you some of the samples I made and use. Still working on getting those serums. Oh, sick. Yeah, that would be awesome, dude. Yeah, my door is open. You know it. Yeah, love it. Let's see, George Bessam. What are the benefits of printing kick and snare MIDI for Trigger 2? Would have asked that on Monday, but I missed the live play. That makes sense. Couldn't ask it on replay. So the benefit is, to me, it's like, it's easier. It's easier to you know, what is it? It's easier and more accurate. Those are the two biggest benefits. Because let's say in this section here, we got a build up, right? And so it's pretty much impossible for Trigger to capture those first couple of snare hits. And then these, of course, are going to be no problem. And then there's a whole ton of ghost notes here, which Trigger was also very much struggling with. So what I do is I try to get Trigger to be as accurate as I can get it with all the, parameters in there. And then I just bounce it down the audio and capture the MIDI of it. And then I literally just go into the MIDI and I make sure that it literally just follows, like velocity-wise, it really follows that build-up that we see here on the live snare. And all these little like ghost notes in between, right? They're all there in the MIDI, and I just spend a bit of time to make sure that the MIDI is like fully accurate and literally just kind of it feels like a hard copy of the live performance. Once you have that, it's making your life so much easier to just exchange snare samples, try out a bunch. Which one do you like for this song? Which one do you like for this drum kit? And yeah, just like with the MIDI, you always have full accuracy, right? Trigger's not going to misfire or like have a hiccup or something, whatever, because it's not always 100% accurate. But MIDI is 100% accurate. So for that reason, I always just get the MIDI, spend a bit of time, make sure that I kind of copy the live performance, and then there's absolutely no worry anymore about any misfires or whatever, right? And it's easy to check out some samples. So hopefully that makes sense. That was a long answer there, but yeah. All right, let's see. Cool, you guys are just hanging out. Totally cool. Yep. Automation is the key. Kimmo, yes, sir. Oh, absolutely, man. That is really the what's gonna separate the men from the boys. You know what I mean? It's really like lazy mixing is no automation, and there's no way that you're gonna make a song come to its full potential without going absolutely bananas with automation. It's really the way that you, as almost like I don't know, almost like a movie director, you zoom in on things that you want the people in the cinema to really look at, right? It's like you want them to catch that little eye twitch that the murderer had or something, whatever, right? And the same thing applies to music. You want the listener to pay attention to whatever you decide, right? So it's like in a chorus with vocals, it's like you're gonna have the lead vocal there and you automate the backing vocals to slowly come up so it starts to get wider and wider, that kind of stuff. That's all automation, man, and it's all what's really gonna make your song sound pro. Because I would say the EQ settings, the volume balance, the frequency balance, they all matter, yes, but it's automation that is, in my opinion, the most important thing about mixing, for sure. Yep. All right, let's see. Mickey, do you use the hard hit and soft hit technique that Jordan showed in the PS? Printing the hard hits and then... no, I just print it once and then whatever... Because we're talking back about MIDI drums again, right? Whatever things are missed, I just draw them in by hand. That's, I don't know, most accurate. And yeah, you spend like 5 minutes or so for like a full song in order to get the MIDI well, but I think that's 5 minutes well worth it. Or maybe it's 10 minutes. It kind of depends on how complicated the drum parts are, right? So yeah, hopefully that makes sense too. Today we absolutely are separating the men from the boys. Absolutely. Yep. All right, cool. I'm glad those things make sense. Let's continue here. Let's see what else we need to do here. Maybe the intro can have a bit more of this kick here. Yeah, and a bit less of this synth, actually. Okay, cool. I'm happy with that transition now. Alright, I guess that's what we were doing. All these transitions here with the samples. I haven't checked this one yet. Oh, that's sick. Yeah, that's perfect. We don't need to change anything there. Okay, perfect. Maybe we have the this one as well over here, the reversed one, but I'm not sure yet because we're going into the to the outro here, like the ending. Yeah, I really like that actually. Let's keep it. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, I'm just gonna fade these out, so like that. Very sick. Cool. Okay, this is very cool. I'm thinking now we're pretty much an hour in. Yeah, we got plenty of time now for what is gonna be my favorite. We actually have 2 more tracks here, which we have to bring in vocal tracks, and then we're gonna do drums automation here. Okay, these are probably like filter vocals. Yes, so I'm just gonna copy the distressor over to kind of compress them a bit. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe not this loud. And then we're gonna go Tello-Fi to give them a nice little lo-fi sound. More compression. Yeah, full out on dirt. Bit of slap to it as well. Cool. Done. Let's see how much we need of both of these. Let's try to have the stereo ones be the main ones here. They can come up actually. Yes, okay, but now the only thing I don't like is how they kind of start here. Kind of want that tighter. So yeah, the way he sings this particular word is more like woo. I would like it to be like more like snappy, you know, so. Yes, and then this one, same thing. Actually, gonna align that timing just a touch more accurate, like so. Yeah, that's tighter. Bring that back there. Get rid of these tracks here. We don't need those. That's better. That's more like it. Let's try something here. Let's try to kind of let them kind of fade in or something, but then from dark to like bright. Not sure if this is gonna work. Just having fun with something, see if it's cool or not. Because it's kind of the difference between these lo-fi vocals and then the actual vocals which come in here, to me is just not really big enough just yet or something. That's kind of cool. Yeah, that's nice. I kind of like how they kind of fade in from like way back to like more up front, and then when the music kicks in, the band kicks in, they're just right there, right? So very cool. Okay, I'm pretty happy with most of that. We got all these synths and we got the guitars, we got those samples. Yeah, I think it's time to go drums automation now. So we're just gonna go to kick first. Probably have this a little lower. And then the first one way up, obviously, right? And then over here we got like an accent hit, right? It's like do do do. It's like the main melody, so I want to emphasize that. And I don't think we need to emphasize that second one, but really that first one is crucial there. And this one grabs my attention. And then over here it's like a new, it's a new round, so. Same thing over here. that one. This one maybe. Yeah, and over here we need to do some automation on that snare because it's way too roomy now still. Probably just lower the sample. And the room on even more. I think that's a bit more realistic sounding now, right? So these kicks here are kind of at the same timing as the guitar chucks, so I kind of want to bring those up. Yeah, really kind of emphasize that. I think that's really cool. So let's do that across the board here. Same thing over there. Same thing over there. Okay, these rises are too loud. I don't really like them to be that audible, so. Nice transition. You see how much impact these little samples are having on this particular transition here? That's so sick sounding. And without... it's not nearly as interesting, right? So... very cool. Okay, cool. Let's continue on kick automation here. Probably want all three of those hits to be emphasized there. Again over there. Okay, I don't think we need to emphasize any more kicks there. Okay, another thing I'm kind of annoyed by is the amount of room sound on all of these ghost notes. So I'm probably just gonna get that low on them pretty much. Yeah, that's plenty. Okay, another kick we need to accentuate there. Yeah, first one in that new round. Here's another one of those risers that is just too loud. Actually, what I want to do here is bring up all these kicks in the somewhat slower section here. Same thing over here. No, I'm actually going to keep that as is, and only the second time when that slowdown comes around, I'm going to get those kicks up so that you have a little bit more energy the second time it comes around. Alright, let's see. We got Sonar HD. Yeah, dude, you can totally check out the effects change in the replays. Yes, absolutely. Alright, let's see what other comments we got. Details and that vocal sound sometimes like Mr. Schuldiner. Yeah, totally. I have no idea who that is, so I was just saying, yeah, totally. Alright, let's see. Alessandro, am I the only one who hears some snare hits too low in the blast beat? I have no idea, man. I haven't paid attention to it yet. I'm gonna get to snare automation right after we finish kicks, so then we'll probably get to it. Alright, so now, I'm not sure, man. It's probably in the first, I think. Yeah, I think it's in the first when I go over the effects, yep. Alright, let's continue kicks here.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time.
Okay, I'm happy with the kicks there. Let's see what's happening here. Okay, we need more kicks here. Alright, so I just brought up all these kicks here by not even a full dB as well. Okay, we got another 3 chugs here that I want to accentuate. Dun dun dun. And then, of course, the first chorus hit there.
7 days in my bed, gripping the ground beneath my feet for the first time. Waking up is a choice they won't make, but I'm making a choice on my own.
Okay, that's it for kicks. Not a ton, but that's still very notable. Let's go to snare. I do like the balance between the live one and the sample there, but I just wanted to end a little higher in volume here. Yeah, that's totally cool like that. Okay, same thing here for these ghost notes. Probably is gonna grab all of them and lower them a little bit in volume. We overdid it, so maybe a little bit less, like so. Okay, then over here we go from the fast snare section into the slower snare section, so I think the snare can come up a little bit there. Okay, and then in the fast section I wanted to go down a bit in general. Yeah, so I know there was a comment just earlier about there was some like lower blast beat hits here for sure, and that's true, but I think that's totally fine, man. I think it's a supernatural performance here. If you're gonna like equalize them in literal sense of like equalize the volume between and the velocity between all these snare hits here, it's gonna be super robotic, which is why I've also been lowering the volume of the sample here, to really just emphasize that little part on like the live performance and just make sure that there is a little bit of imperfection in there on purpose. So I don't want to undo that now by just, you know, making sure that every single snare hit is the exact same volume. That would totally ruin this part for me. So I'm just going to keep it as is. Okay, another little change I want to make here is that the room sample is just going on a little bit too long for my taste. Just like goong, and I want it to be shorter, like goong. So kind of more like that.
I'm paralyzed, wake me from this sleep.
That's more like it.
Shake it off.
We still get the benefits of it, right? We still get the size and everything, but not so much of the unnecessarily long sustain. So I'm happy with that little change.
Shake it off.
Okay, then we got a couple ghost notes here that I do want to bring up a little bit.
I'm paralyzed.
These three, for example.
I'm paralyzed, wake me from this sleep.
And these ones over here.
Me from this sleep.
Okay, then we can have all the snares in this slow section come up by a lot here. Yeah, so when it comes to section here where there's no vocals, there's not a lot of other stuff going on. And you can totally have the snare up by, what is it, like, what is the regular volume? -11, and over here it's -7, so that's 4 dB up, I guess. And it's totally cool. I even want a bit more room sound here. Because yeah, there's nothing else where the listener is going to be paying attention to besides just the heavy breakdown, right? So it's very cool to kind of emphasize the drums in a section like this. Yeah, and then the faster snares here, you can take a little step back again, because you don't want that super fast part to kind of distract from the vocals that are still happening here. Okay, same thing over here with the little fade in here. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, cool. Same thing over here as before, where we go into like the slower, like more calm kind of drum part, I guess. So I'm bringing up the snare there again. Okay, I'm just noticing that after we do drum automation, we'll probably just have to go back through the entire song and just like fine tune some levels. Because right now just the vocal kind of jumped out to me, so I just lowered it a bit. But after we finish up this for toms and for cymbals and whatnot, yeah, we're probably just gonna do some like final tweaks, you know, just make sure that if we listen to the song from start to finish, nothing really kind of grabs our attention in a negative way, right? Like the vocal just did here in the chorus. So. Actually, another thing that just came to mind that I really want to explain a little bit is because if you guys were here on Monday, the very first live stream, you also heard me say that I'm really not worried about making like the perfect volume balance or spend any time like building a volume balance at all, because as you can see now, the volume balance pretty much changes throughout the entire song anyways, right? It's just like I have this is my starting point, I guess, of which I start automating, but it can literally go from here all the way to here. And it really true. I don't care where that fader really ends up, right? So that's why I'm not going to spend any time building a rough balance, because I know it's going to change anyway, and we're going to have to decide section by section, sometimes even little section by little section, where the levels are actually going to end up. So yeah, I just wanted to share that little thought process with you guys, so that hopefully you guys also can kind of let go of trying to build the perfect balance, because balance is a very living and breathing organism almost, right? It changes throughout the song. So okay, same thing here. Just bring these snares up a bit again. Cool. All right, this is sounding good. Cool. I like that transition. All right, let's see. Catch up on the chat here. Looks like, yeah, if you guys got questions along the way, drop them in the chat as well. I'm not seeing a lot of questions today, which is good. Totally fine. Okay, cool. I'm glad you guys dig the mix now. Chris, thank you so much, man, for the kind words. Awesome, awesome. All right, Martin, you too, man. Thanks for the kindness all around. Let's continue here with snares. Okay, then we go from a silent section into the breakdown, so I want that build up to take up a little bit more attention than it's doing right now. Maybe you can go kind of extreme with that. Yeah, and then the snare itself can come up by a gazillion dB in the breakdown, right? Not afraid to really crank it up there. Even these ones can come up a little bit. And then let's see over here. I think it's okay if they stay down a bit. Yeah, and then these should really come up again. And we need another sample here. Oh, we got it, but it needs to be louder. This one can come up as well, because it's a big kind of accent hit there. Okay, that's cool. And then just one snare bomb at the end as well. See if that works. Nah, that's overkill. I don't like that. Alright, cool. That's it for snare so far. Let's go to overheads. I always do toms last because they're boring. So we got a hi-hat here, which is cool. I want that louder. Even louder. First crash can come up a little bit, but not that much, because we also have this sample here, which can come down a bit. Yeah, and then this one can actually come up a bit more. Okay, then all the cymbals in between here need to come up a bit. To me, those little stacks or chinas can come up even a bit more. hi-hat is already plenty loud. Computer brain farts. Okay, same drill here. China's can come up a little bit. See what this sounds like. Yeah, because they're kind of, you know, on the same timing as the rhythm guitar chugs, right? So it's kind of cool when you got a guitar chug and a China quite loud at the same time. Yeah, that's cool. Then I'll just copy this little section over for here. All right, then we go into the heavy section. Tons of cymbals in heavy sections like that. Except that hi-hat can come down just a bit. I'm actually on the fence about whether we need that little snare bomb here as well. Where is here, actually? Over there. Here we go. Because it's kind of dry sounding, but maybe this is over the top. Yeah, I actually like it, but maybe not as loud as in the final part there, right? So just kind of building up that energy, right? Another hi-hat that I want louder. Okay, then we got a similar section as the intro here, so I'm just literally going to copy over the automation from that intro riff and use that at least as a starting point. And once more. Got some weird ones over there, so I want to already know that Nathan wants to hear those out loud. That's kind of cool. Okay. Did we miss those in the intro, actually? Let's double check. Doesn't look like they're there, so that's good. Alright, let me again grab this point to just copy over wherever I see necessary, like here and here. This one needs to come up and then... these ones as well. I like that because now you really have that like clear left, right kind of feel there. Yeah, I'm still very much on the fence about all these risers as well. I constantly kind of don't like them. So we go to the offbeat here for the... So this is going to be our loudest crash here. And this one is probably just going to stay at the level it is. Even a bit more. Very cool. I'm still very happy with this little swell thing that we did there. That's very cool. Let's catch up on the chat. Oh, let's see. Alright, cool. That's because you asked me. Thanks, bro. Appreciate the kind words, man. Love it. Wonder if those synth vocal things need to come down slightly. Yeah, maybe too, man. I agree with that. Like I said earlier, we're probably just going to go through the entire song a little bit afterwards. Just fine tweak some things. See how everything is kind of sitting. And then what I would normally do in like a real mixing scenario, I would do the fine tweaking after all this automation and then sleep on it one more time. And then just do one like final check, play it start to finish, see if everything or nothing really grabs my attention in a negative way. Like, I don't like how that's really too loud. I don't like the transition there just yet. And only then would I send it over to the band. So either way, this is still going to be like somewhat of like a little rushed situation, I guess, right? Because there's basically one final check that we're going to miss out on here. Or actually, maybe I can shoot that by myself on the video and include that in the eventual long YouTube video. That's probably a good idea. Let's do that. Kimmo, how do you deal with lousy drum tracks? If renewal is not an option, replace, man, with samples. That's the real only thing you can do at that point. Luckily, we can do that with drums. With guitars is always a little bit more challenging, right? Because yeah, guitar editing just sucks. It never sounds great. So when a guitar tracking isn't done right, it just, I don't know, it's just never really going to work. So yeah. All right, let's continue here. Cymbals. Let's go into the heavy breakdown here. Okay, loud Chinas, that's for sure. Okay, another accent crash here when we go into the new circle, new round. I don't know what the appropriate English word for that is, I guess, but yeah, I want that to be even louder. Here we go. Okay, then the energy drops by a ton because we go from crash to, we go from China to crash. So I kind of want to keep that a little bit more consistent. That's better. Back into China there. This snare needs to come up. These two need to come up. That's better. Okay, cool. Let's see what else. These are hi-hats. Yeah, all three of them. Okay, cool. Oops, here we go. I want all the cymbals here to come up a little bit. Alright, cool. I don't know if anybody else is struggling with reading Josh's messages. But yeah, I can't read your messages for some reason, dude. I just see finger red number, one finger red number. So I'm not sure if that's supposed to happen there, but... Okay, very cool so far. Let me see. Okay, this is a little weird because there's kind of like a pause and then there's one crash there. I don't really want that to be that loud, and then this one can actually come up a bit. Yeah, so it kind of focuses more on the second one when the music comes back in. Okay, cool. Yeah, I did see that. There are emojis. Ah, there we go. Thanks, Sean. That's why. Okay, now I finally get it. Finger red number 1. I have no idea what kind of emoji that will be though. Then that's totally cool though. I don't need to know. If it's the middle finger, just don't even let me know. You know. Okay, this whole section really needs more cymbals. Okay. No, I don't even need to do that. Just bring those 2 crashes up even a bit more. So what I'm basically listening for, by the way, because I don't think I have explained that very well, because you can see the volume is all over the place. But what I'm really kind of listening for is that no matter what cymbal is being played, the energy is at least at the level that I want. And if I want more energy, like in a breakdown, I increase that even more, right? But usually it's like right cymbals, or in this case, it's the right crash over here that is much lower in volume than all the other cymbals. So that's really what I'm looking for, like which cymbals are the lowest in volume. Make sure that you give those a healthy volume and healthy amount of signal. And then once again, any sections in the song that you really want to have more energy, then you just bring up the cymbals even more than that. So okay, we have another repeat section here, which is this one. So I'll copy the cymbal levels over again, just as a starting point at least. Alright, awesome, man. George, I'm happy to see, man, that you like the vocals here. We're probably just gonna fine tune some levels after the drum automation here, but these are pretty good already, I'd say, like level wise. So that's good. Okay, another copy paste there. Okay, so again over here we got 2 crashes, and then the right one over here, this one, is just way lower in volume, so it's not grabbing the same amount of attention. So it's like kush, kush, and then dull sound on the right channel. See, so I hate that. So, and then the hi-hat is super loud again, so I want to bring this up, bring the hi-hat down a bit. And now it's just way smoother in terms of it's the same amount of energy throughout that little section there. Very cool ending still. Very happy with that. Yeah, that's sick. Okay, cool. We got cymbals. I don't need to automate the rooms in this song because I want the exact same amount of room sound pretty much throughout. So that's good. That's totally fine. Let's see what else. We got toms. Boring. Let's crank them up a bit, I think. So that's cool there. Let's see over here. That's cool too. Good volume there. Luckily, it's not a ton of toms, so... Okay, I'll just bring them up a little bit. They all work there, so that's fine. Okay, cool. This seems to be a good volume level for the floor toms here, so... What about this one? They need to come up. When it comes to toms, my idea is basically how loud can I get them without them poking out? Because they're so short, right? They don't... it's not that long or like that common that you have a long tom section where the toms are really the main thing. They're really just accent things. They're really just little things that kind of announce like a new section is about to start in the song. Pay attention, right? And so with that in mind, it's like when they're only there for like one little, not even a second, right? I think it's totally cool if they grab a little bit of attention and they kind of poke out a little bit on purpose. Again, just for that sake of being that announcement. Like, pay attention, listener. There's something happening here in the song. Like over here, I think it's quite loud, right? But I like how it's kind of like, again, just pay attention. Listen up. Something is about to happen. The chorus is about to start. That's basically the announcement that it's trying to make here, right? So yeah, I'm basically just looking at how loud can I get them without them being annoying. Totally fine there. There's one that needs to be cut still. That's it. That's drums pretty much done. Any questions about any of the automation so far? Because I think if all of this pretty much makes sense to you guys, then we're probably just going to do that last tweak and just skip through the song, make sure that we're pretty happy with all of the levels pretty much. Then after that, we're gonna call it quits on this live stream. I'm gonna sleep on this mix. Of course, the replay will be available here, and then early next week or something, I'm gonna dive into the mix like one more time to make sure, like one final listen through, you know. Like I said, I'm gonna film that, and we're gonna add that to the eventual final YouTube video here. Probably gonna do a bit of referencing as well on that last little run. But yeah, I think I'm not gonna do that this time, right? Because we're so deep into the mix right now that if we're gonna reference now, we're probably just going to chase sounds that we don't want to chase, right? Or we're going to change things that we don't want to change. So yeah, not recommend that. Anyway, let's just hit play pretty much from the beginning and see if anything kind of stands out in like a negative way, or if anything grabs our attention. As in like this still needs work or something. And again, guys, if you got any questions about anything about the mix so far, now's your chance, because after this quick little final check, we're gonna sign off. So yeah, drop questions here. Let's check it out. Love it, man. Good to see the good comments here. Super happy to see that. Okay, right off the bat, I want that snare feel to come up a little bit. Actually undo that, because I'm not a massive fan of it, actually. Yeah. There's one vocal line here with the low vocals that's eating up a little bit too much space here. I think it's this one. Yeah, we got the zombie effect on this one, right? Yeah. Maybe we can lower that one a bit and keep this one as it was. Yeah, because it was kind of jumping out to me, so... Here, the high screams need to come up a little bit. Okay, clean vocals are cool. I just want them a touch brighter. Touch. Yeah, so the more I crank up that 20k like air thing, the more we really get that radio voice, right? Super stoked by that. And after that little top end boost, we didn't even have to do the volume boost anymore. But yeah, the same thing here. It's like how much can I push that little boost here? The air thing. That's another thing where I'm really just looking, same with toms, right? How far can I really push this? when does it kind of start breaking, you know? How far can I really push this? So okay, over here I feel like it's an awkward silence. So we got a massive transition here. We got a big explosion, we got a big bass drop, we got a big snare bomb, and then the energy really drops a lot until the vocals come in, luckily, which kind of ends the awkward silence. But anything from here to here is basically like, there's nothing happening. So Finally, there the awkward silence is broken, but what is this? Okay, let's see what we. Okay, so this one is just following the guitars, so we can probably bring up this one quite a bit here, so that it's not so silent. This is -9.2, -9.2. Okay. Even a bit more. But maybe kind of let it fade in a little bit, because in this first little section I want the attention to be more to the bass drop, the big snare bomb, and then once the snare bomb kind of fades out, then I want the attention of the listener to go more to that synth and just to the groove, but I don't want that awkward silence to be there. Okay, we can fade it in even a bit more. That's more like it, right? And then as soon as the vocals kick in, the listener is completely focused on the vocal anyway, so that synth can really go take a step back immediately. That's totally cool. Same thing over here, awkward silence. Let's see for how long. Over here, so okay, let's check this out. So it's not even doing a ton, right? It's not even playing a massive melody or whatever, but it's just kind of there to fill up that void that the lack of vocals is kind of leaving there. So okay, same thing over here. We got a cool transition, but it's just kind of awkward silence. I want that one to kind of come up and kind of increase a bit in volume. But maybe not that much. Let's see. It's always a little trial and error with these things. Something grabs your attention. Let's try raising it. Let's try lowering it a bit. Yeah, let's try kind of fading it in a bit more, because these last kind of notes kind of disappear in my mind. So that's a little bit more like it. Not super happy with this. We can probably add a swell sample there to kind of fill that void a bit more. See what that's doing here. Yeah, but maybe not super loud here, so maybe we can even shorten the fade in a bit more. That's more like it. I do like that. Okay, one final idea I have for this synth, this one over here. I want to emphasize that mid-range a bit, take out a bit of low mids. Because we got so much bass and fast drums and everything going on that we don't really need this from the synth here. And then, but we do need a bit more 1K so that it cuts through a bit more. Let's try that throughout the song here. See what's happening. I forgot where we were. I think over here. Yeah. Oh, I just messed that up. I made sure it was off here. But I want that to come on here, so I need to flip that. Okay, what I really like, there's two things in this little transition that came to mind here. One is that the scream vocals maybe have a bit too much reverb. Even though they're already like fairly dry, we can probably dry them up a bit more. And then what I liked here is that we go from scream vocals into clean vocals here, and the clean vocals are actually a little bit louder. So even though the singing technique changes from more aggression and probably in real life more volume to slightly less volume and slightly less aggressive, we still, with the mixing that we've done, have an energy increase instead of an energy decrease, which is something I just wanted to point out to you. And listen to that again while we play this transition here. So the song slows down, right? But we still have a sense of like, wow, it's actually getting bigger. Even though, again, the screams turn into clean vocals, the tempo actually halves, like slows down, right? The drumming, that is. But we still, simply because the vocal is taking up a bit more space and all these things, and we have a bit more of these synth effects and whatnot going on as well. But it still feels bigger, even though the song itself actually takes somewhat of a step back, weirdly enough, right? In terms of speed and aggression and whatnot. So that's the power of automation. That's really what I wanted to point out there. That's the power of like making sure that all the transitions and all the sections in the song have that amount of energy that you really decide, right? And that's also like, wow, this section is probably going to sound even bigger, right? That big breakdown over here. Because we got snare way up, we got drums way up, we got the China insanely loud. So yeah, I just wanted to, again, showcase that like whole energy transition, different sections type thing. Hopefully all of that makes sense. Okay, now we're getting to those vocal effects actually. Let's check these out here. Yeah, I do think those can come down just a little bit, but I want that vocoder to stay loud there. It is just so fun. It's so sick. I just love it. So I just, I don't know. I would rather, I don't know. I just don't want to lower it. I just love it so much. Yeah, kick needed to come up really a little bit, really subtly there. Okay, right over here, we go into this melody over there with the, not this one, that's the bass one, this one. Those one need to come up a little bit over here. Because they are like the main hook in this section at least. So they really need to take up a bit more attention. Maybe we can add a touch of reverb to them, at least in this section, right? Just kind of give them a little bit of, I don't know. Actually, let's try delay. Let's keep the little plate, but also let's try some delay here. No, I'm not gonna go with H delay. I'm gonna go with stock delay. Sync these. Link these. That's what I was looking for. Here we go. It's really confusing like that. Let's go faster. No, not like that. I don't know. I'm not sold on it yet. No, I don't like delay, so that's good to know. It wasn't doing what I was thinking in my head, you know. So yeah, I'm totally cool to ditch that. Actually, I still hear it, so let's just try it another way. Just gonna duplicate the track. And gonna route this to the Synths bus as well really quick. And we're just gonna go analog delay, I guess. It's too late there. Yeah, this is kind of cool. And then make this super, super lo-fi. Low cut, here we go. More like that. Same thing over here. And over here. And over there. Yep. Okay, so I like everything about this, except that the breakdown part kind of comes out of nowhere. I'm not sure if we need to bring this cymbal back or something. No, absolutely not. Yeah, maybe we can have a longer snare build-up or something. We can kind of force that to happen. Not sure if any of this is gonna work, you know. I'm just trying out a bunch of things here. It's already a little better, kind of like that. Yeah, I do like that. It's just kind of announcing that big breakdown just a bit more clearly, like, hey, something is happening. Gives the listener just a bit more time to prepare for what's gonna happen. Let's see if we got more stereo vocals here. Yes, we do. Let's see what we can do with them. Because they're low, and I don't like that. So let's bring them up a bit. Let's actually sacrifice a little bit lead vocals so that we can get away with more stereo vocals here. Less of this one, but more of the high one. Okay, same drill over here with the synth in the awkward silence. It's way more subtle here though, so I don't have to bring it up that much. Actually, no, screw that. I'm gonna bring up the guitars here. See what that's doing. Yep. So that was totally the right call, I think, because like in between those heavy vocals, kind of want the listener to kind of feel the groove of that guitar and kind of focus his attention more like the instrumental here, which to me the guitars are more the main part here than the synth. So okay, then we got the synth over here. Not this one, but that one, yes. Probably want to bring that up and emphasize it even more than this. Let's see how we can do that. So just keep that EQ, that's totally fine, and just add another one to it, just because we can. Even less muddiness. This, to me, is where most of the interesting melody stuff is happening. And then I want to kind of get rid of a bit of that top end kind of... Actually, I don't hate it. Let's keep it. Let's enhance it. And let's engage that only here. Yeah, no, I changed my mind. I don't like this. And we can just lower it in volume just a bit, because it's definitely overpowering a bit, so. Maybe I'm gonna just go the same route as we took before, just have more guitars instead of synths. I think that's probably gonna be just as well. Yeah, maybe just double down on that. Just less of the synth. Just keep it more as a background thing. In that case, we don't even need this extra EQ, so let's get rid of that. Yeah. Okay, then we got this filter guitar here. Filter guitar, I should say. Probably pan this out to either one side to kind of get it to more attention. And definitely bring it up in this break here. Yep. Man, on the fence, because now this sounds bigger than the actual chorus. So let's probably bring this back in volume just a bit. Or I just copy over these guitars, because why not? Yeah, I think that's fine, so that the entire last chorus sounds just a bit bigger. Actually, are they the same part or not? Yes, they are, so we can also copy over the bass synths here. There we go. All right, let's see. Okay, one last little thing. Yeah, one little effect that just pops into my head. This is my idea I want to try. Again, I have no idea if it's gonna work. Let's see, and just make this lo-fi, obviously. Telefy. Of course, we gotta route it to the mix bus. A lot of compression. Okay, let's see if that works. It has to be here, I think. There, here we go. Okay. And it has to come up in volume by a ton. Yeah, that's really cool. It kind of fills that last little void before the actual ending of the song here. Very cool. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Last little adjustment is that in the last chorus I want there to be just a bit more room sound reverb on the snare. Because it's kind of like the big finale here, right? So just feel free to go all out here. Maybe this one can come up. Yes, but then it should shut up right in that little pause there. I think that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of awkward. I don't know. Maybe bring it back as soon as the drop hits back. So like that. Meh, not stoked. Nah, it just sounds a little too artificial or something. I don't like it. It's fine like it is, yeah. Okay, and then finally I want those vocals to come up here. Minus 14.4, 14.4. Here we go. But they can probably be less bright. Yeah, because they're like the high vocals on the entire channel. So maybe make them less bright, kind of push them further back into the mix, but still louder so that they're a little bit more audible. I'm happy with that. I think that's a great place to end this mix for now, because we got pretty much everything done here. Let me quickly double check. We got automation there. Didn't feel like we need to do a lot of bass automation. Drums are there. Pretty much everything is there. All right, so it's been a few days since the last live stream. It's the following Tuesday now, so it's been like a couple days. I'm just gonna do, as promised, one quick reference against a couple mixes that I know well, and just checking the low end for the most part. I'm pretty happy with the mid-range, I think. And like I said on the live stream as well, I'm just gonna give myself like one extra moment here of like fresh ears, full objectivity, or at least more objectivity than while you're in the thick of it, right? And so, yeah, like a couple days of a break, really just kind of reset your ears. And I'm just going to hit play and see if anything comes to mind as being like, oh, we still kind of have to adjust this, or if we're already in a good ballpark. So let's just hit play somewhere. I don't even know where. Doesn't even matter. Actually very happy with that. Let's check the low end in the chorus here. 7 days in my bed. And I want to play a couple reference tracks that I'm using for low end, and mostly Cervini stuff, some Dan Lancaster stuff. Let's see. I'll just play a couple seconds here and there. yeah, just kind of checking the low end. We can probably push that a little further. Yeah, there's definitely a bit more sub low end in the reference track. So let's just crank up a bit of low end, see what happens. First I'll start on bass guitar here. Actually doing a quite of a aggressive boost here at 50, 40, 50. That is pretty cool. Let's see what else we need to do here. We can probably have more of that kind of growly low end from this particular synth here. Let's see how that compares to this Bring Me the Horizon low end. You. Okay, we probably don't need the volume increase on this synth here, because now it starts to become a little bit more like audible on its own, like you can really put your finger at it. And I don't really want that. But I do like this little bit of extra 100, 110 or something on that that bass synth here. And with that, I think it's pretty... I think we're in an okay spot here. So yeah, that was just really quick, just checking the low end, make sure that I'm fully happy with it, would happily send this to the band. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the only check that I wanted to do. Just one more moment of like fresh ears here. Put it on this mix, and well, no, I'm pretty happy with how everything is sounding. I hope you guys found a ton of value in this. And yeah, we'll see each other soon in the next live stream or next video or wherever we'll see each other.